The date is September 26th. I am Hansen Sue. I'm back with Stephen Adams and William Adams for our second session. And why don't we actually start with that story you were just telling me?
Okay, so was it Demo 91, William?
Demo 91. We probably still have some propaganda around it.
Yeah, well, I still have the cup from it. Anyways, so it was a conference that Stuart Alsop sponsored, and when he was a report, long before he was an NEA investor. And as a matter of fact, I think he started NEA because he was like, the godfather of Silicon Valley, since he was reporting on all the insight stuff. I guess they figured he'd make a good investor, and actually he did. But at Demo 91, the first year, they invited like the 25 most innovative companies in the country, and we were one of them. And it was held at the La Quinta Resort in Palm Springs, or Indian Wells. And we were invited, and they basically had a pitch stage, and you got to pitch your idea, like a lot like the pitch stage that they have today. But it wasn't kind of this rapid fire and poking holes. It was just, what do you do? And then they had a floor afterwards, and you would come on the floor and you talk with investors and movers and shakers. So we were invited, and I think we took the Lon Panel app was kind of what got us invited. So the fact that we did all these commercial applications, and then we did custom work, it was really unique. And it was really a big deal at the time. And so I wanted to state that because that was, it was the first time that a Next developer was recognized in the community at large. And we also, that same app won the DB Expo the same year. So I talked to William to try to drum up the trophy for it. But that was also a big deal because it was a database expo, so it was an industry event, and we showcased the Lon Panel application, and it actually won Best of Show in the entire country, regardless of platform, and that was also a real big deal. And no other developer got such kudos. But I think also at the demo conference, there's a real funny story. I'll leave it to William because he tells it better about our flirting with Microsoft early, and it's one of those, I should have had a P8.
I thought the cookies were better.
Oh yeah, well you can tell both of those.
Oh, okay. So first of all, to prepare for this show, unlike the New York thing where we were writing code the night before, in this case we were baking 12 dozen cookies, chocolate chip cookies, because we wanted to have some differentiator that would attract people to our booth, right? So we baked all these cookies, and as people were coming, we're handing out cookies. Because I mean, if you've ever been to a computer conference, it's like you got to have something that kind of ropes people into your booth, right? So we use the cookies. But one of the people that came by was what's his name? Oh yeah, Nathan Mervold. So Nathan Mervold at the time was at Microsoft. He had started Microsoft's research group, and he came by and he was chatting us up, and he was like, "Oh, you guys are from Oakland. Me and my brother were from Oakland, and we sold our company to Microsoft." And he's essentially saying, "Why don't you consider joining us? Getting bought by Microsoft, as it were, right?" And this was we're kind of like, nah. Nah, we're gonna do our own thing. We're gonna change the world. So that was 1991, getting bought by Microsoft. It may have changed our fortunes.
But now look at you work for Microsoft now.
And I went to Microsoft anyway. It's like, why didn't I just go then? But life is what it is. So yeah, that's the Microsoft, the early Microsoft, and we had other touches with Microsoft before I actually went there. But that was probably the most interesting one.
Yeah. So I think with the next, it's a, I was thinking about this after our interview yesterday and our walk, and when I was walking this morning, and it's like, I think when there's a lot of characters in the next story, right? There's a lot of very, very smart people and very tenacious entrepreneurs, and a lot of them have become industry leaders today. And that's the same thing with the Facebook of the world, right? Or any platform, right? PayPal has minted, right, half a dozen movers and shakers, right? Elon Musk and to name just one of like dozens. So back then, I think one of the things when you look at Next, Next kind of was seen as a market failure because it never gained any traction. But this is a Next box today. Yeah. Right? This is a mock kernel in this thing, right? So everything that's the iPhone today is the heart of what Next computer was. The UI of the Mac OS is the exact same UI that we played with, the interface build, not interface builder, but the
application builder.
Application, app kit. All the stuff that was Next is now what Apple is today. So we didn't enjoy, tremendous, financial success on Next, but we're on the forefront. I think that's what keeps us even relevant today because we saw what was happening and we positioned ourselves. And I wanted to circle back on closing my thoughts about Next, and unless you have other questions about it for me specifically, because William's really the hero of that story. But one of the things that's unique about I think our story in Next when it deals with race, because you can't look at us, you can't interview us without the topic of race, regardless of how much we want to not look at it. But one of the reasons we picked the Next platform was because of race, and it was identifying and knowing that that there's walls up in an industry and it's going to be hard to penetrate them. But when there's no walls and it's just like it's fertile ground, you can jump on in there. It's like, yeah, come on in, you cool, because there's only one of you, so if there's only one of you, you're cool. So, so they let us in and we're able to be part of the cabal. As things went on, of course, walls come up. So if we would have came into to the Next platform later in life, we may not have gotten in so intimately close to the epicenter of the platform. So, and that's even today, right? My stint in 3D printing was the same thing. Now I'm in, fiber optics and things of that nature. But one of the things that's important for people of color and women, I think, back then and it's still the case now, is that you got to find grounds where the walls are either thin or they haven't been erected yet. So we looked at the Next platform as there's no walls there, still this egalitarian, race doesn't matter type environment. So let's get in there and change the world, as William said. But the reality is, as William articulated yesterday, we couldn't open up a bank account. So the walls and realities of race were still prevalent. So anyways, I wanted to share that because, we like to talk about the technology and all the fun stuff that we did and the vision and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, we're still two black guys running a company in Silicon Valley and the realities of race. So, you have to look at that as part of our story.
Yeah, I think, that kind of speaks to that link that you sent me, that little CNN thing about, how or why race matters in Silicon Valley. Can you maybe speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I can. And William and I might have different perspectives on it because, he's on the internals of the belly of the beast, so to speak, and he's doing some great things over there. And mine has been kind of the entrepreneur on the outside trying to slay the beast. So, we come at it from different perspectives, but we still have the same goal, which is trying to put a stake in the ground for ourselves and the others behind us because people have done that for us. But, when Soledad O'Brien did that interview, she did a whole series on it, right? and it was a really a good series. One of the things that I kind of came into it is like, is her question was, is the Silicon Valley a meritocracy? Yeah. And that was the essence of what her whole show was about. Is it or is it not a meritocracy? And I argued in that video that it is, but it is if you had the gumption like we had at the time and still have about, well, you can't worry about all the things that are, not being able to get a bank account, people not taking your calls. I even had investors say, we will never ever invest in a company like yours. Well, that's code for a lot of words.
What do you mean like ours? You mean one led by successful, tenacious people?
Yeah. So, I kind of smiled at them. It's just like,
I got you, chief. But I'm dating your daughter.
But it's not a meritocracy, right? And everybody knows that. But if you focus on the fact that it's not, then you wouldn't give up in the morning. So you really have to come at it from the perspective of, yes, it's not a meritocracy. Life is not fair. This industry is not fair. But if you can figure out how to get into the core of it, there are riches and there are people who do want you to succeed, right? There were a lot of people that wanted us to succeed. Even in the next platform, right? It's there's a gentleman, was it Stuart Grady, William? Was that his name?
Oh, yeah, our champion.
Yeah, he's our champion. And he broke it down like no one else. He said, he pulled us aside at a conference once and he said, he goes, I want you to know, if you don't already know this, he's like, this industry is run by a 5%. He goes, it's very hard to get to the 5%, but once you get into the 5%, you're in. I'm going to get you guys into the 5%. And he did. And he was the one that broke a relationship to get us into Next at the level, right? When Next had William Morris, they didn't call one of the white developers, they called us, right? When they were dealing with the Booz Allen and Hamilton to be able to go after the sheriffs, who was the biggest account that they had, they didn't go after a white developer, they came after us. So Stephen Jobs recognized that he was about talent. Right, maybe it's because his own ethnic background, but there's lots of. I'm sure you've heard lots of Steve stories of him just flaming and belittling and doing all these nasty things to people. He never did that to us, ever. We never felt that wrath, and even when things were failing with William Morris, ended up crashing and burning. He never came after us and pointed the finger. It's like it's those guys. Right, he shielded us pretty well from that stuff. So that's something to share.
Yeah, that's an interesting story that you kind of just brushed by. What happened with the William Morris?
Oh, I kind of talked about, and maybe Stephen had a different view to it than I did, but we were with them for quite a long time. It was an interesting thing. I mean, just keep in mind who William Morris Talent Agency is. I mean, they had Will Smith was one of their clients. Molly Ringwald was one of their clients. So, they're a pretty high-flying agency. And the origin of that account, there was one agent that we're connected with. It's okay, this guy, I forget his name. This guy is going to be the one who decides what we do, with this, what software they needed, right? So we were interacting with him, getting specs from him, doing all this stuff, flying down, delivering software. And then at some point, they added another guy, and that agent, I mean, now these are talent agents, I mean, if you think of lawyers and sharks, right? It's like these guys are tenacious. They're about their name, they're about their branding, all this sort of stuff. And this new agent had an increased amount of demands, right? It's like, oh, I want this. And this was a fixed contract, right? So more and more and more demands. And eventually that got to a point where they're just like, well, you guys can't deliver, right? So what they really wanted is they wanted Next engineers to be doing their stuff because that's more prestigious, right? It's like they could tell their friends, yeah, I've got these Next engineers developing software for me, right? Rather than this small company that no one's ever heard of develop. That's not prestigious, right? So they just kept pushing until Next basically said, all right, we'll do this software. We'll take it from here, right? That's pretty much what happened. I don't know if you had a different perspective, Stephen.
No, I think that's right. But but even Next couldn't turn it around, right? Next encountered the same issues we encountered, right? So they didn't do the grand deployment that they had wanted to do, right? They had a very similar strategy as Alain Pinel did, which was trying to get over CA by using Next computers as a way to attract agents from CA. Was it CA? Yeah, CA. So, but it didn't work for them because the problem was, as William articulated, is they put agents on the front line of being responsible for the agent of the software, which would be like Alain Pinel putting their real estate agents on the front line rather than the CEO of the president and CEO of the company at the time, Helen Pastorino. She said, "This is what I want to run my business." William Morris didn't come at it that way. They just said, we want the flash. And the reason why William Morris, I think one of the reasons why they went with Next is like, this is at the same time, and this is something that I don't think a lot of people make the connection, is that you got to remember that, RenderMan was standard on the Next platform. Right, and RenderMan was used to do Pixar's, was it Tintoy? Not Tintoy. Was the lamp thing?
Yeah.
Luxo Junior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luxo
so
Junior.
when they did that and they got an Academy Award for that, and it's like that's the same thing that engine is in the Next computers. I think that Hollywood took note and said, wait, this could help us, right? SGI was kind of the machine in Hollywood, but I think people saw that, well, the horsepower was in the Next platform, and they had all these software tools with RenderMan. And so I think that's one of the reasons why William Morris said, let's get part of that stardust.
Yeah,
there's actually an interesting, what's that, William?
It was basically cachet, right? It's like they're Hollywood. They want cachet.
So there was this right before William Morris agency, before they bought, there was a conference in Beverly Hills. It was at the Beverly Hills Hilton. I remember this distinctly because I think it was one of the first times that Next came out, and Stephen Jobs was making a prediction about RenderMan and about what people were going to do in the future. And so he had just bought Pixar weeks or months just before this conference, and he was going to use this Beverly Hills conference to basically showcase. So he starts, all these Hollywood luminaries were there. The lights go down, and he starts his presentation with with Tintoy. So so that lamp is going around, and the lights come on. The room was quiet. Right? They're like, okay, what's the value here? And Steve says, that is the future. He says, it won't be long before people will be able to make animations just like this on their computers. And people started laughing at him. Almost, laughing like you're crazy laughing, right? So the audience was kind of laughing at him about this because in disbelief. And now we can make, you can make a full-length movie off of one of these things, right? But he saw that, and he was promoting the Next box as the beginning of ushering in that type of creativity at the desktop level, right? And that's why he bought Pixar, right? And then, lo and behold, he was absolutely right,
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, that's another story.
Yeah. That's a good one too.
I think I didn't get invited to a lot of these special dinners and side chats and Steve Jobs meetings. It's like, what the heck?
No, that one, William? So that at the ball, we had a small little booth, and you had to man the booth, and I went in and started. You were manning the booth, and I was out there hobnobbing.
See, there ain't no justice.
I know.
Even the black man's keeping the black man down.
Well, he's a CEO, right? And you're
Yeah, he's got to do what he's got to do. I understand.
Well, let's sort of finish off sort of this next period then. That period where, Next is starting to, it's in trouble. Like, they're closing down the hardware. They're switching to Intel. Like, just maybe talk about how, from what that whole period was like from your perspective.
Well, did Taligent just show up right in time, or
Yeah.
do you remember? Yeah, so we had a way of jumping off, basically.
We jumped off before it imploded.
Yeah.
Because Taligent came knocking because they liked what we were doing with Livewire. And because that's then when William went, and he'll tell much better about that, but Taligent came to us and at the time because they liked what we were doing with Livewire and they wanted to incorporate that in the core of their platform. And so, and we tried to say, no, we're going to hang in here with a bitter end to Next, and it was just spiraling down so fast. So we just like,
hey,
okay,
Taligent.
we got to
What's
go.
up?
So and that's why if you look at someone, like Stone Design, right? They stayed to the bitter end, and that's
then they
why
went to Apple, right?
And that's why when they went to Apple, Steve rewarded him with his loyalty by saying, "You will be one of the core developers when we win." And we thought about that. We thought about, well, let's just stay with them because we were at a trade show in New York, and they announced that Next had bought Apple with Apple's money. And so we said, we should stay with this. We thought we should stay with it, but it's like, nah, we had bled long enough.
No, by then I was at B when they finally bought them. But the thing with Taligent was, for whatever reason,
before the Taligent, he was asking about the demise of Next. You probably have a really good perspective of the technical demise and what was happening as it was spiraling down.
And not really. I mean, they were spiraling down. That was the end of it. There was no. I don't really have any technical perspective on that, other than, okay, it's time to go, right?
I mean, when you mention spiraling down, you're talking about market share or sales, revenues, profits?
Well, there already was no market share. So then, when there's even less market share, from no market share, you can't pay the rent, right?
Yeah.
And I think we were even out of Alain Pinel by then, or getting out of Alain Pinel.
Yeah.
At that
So
point.
your businesses, your Next businesses, were starting to dry up as well.
Right. So it's like, okay, you're not getting huge revenue from off-the-shelf product, and your whale client is kind of moving on to other things. So, the writing's on the wall. It's like, well, there's no more to get here, right? So there was no choice. I think we were just lucky that Taligent came along.
Yeah.
Right, and the developer community changed too at that point because I forget the gentleman's name that they brought in, but they brought in a president, right? And when they brought that president in, everyone knew it was like, okay, this guy's coming in to do the hatchet job because Steve's not going to do it. So he brought this guy in, and not only were the employees disgruntled, but then the developer community was also disgruntled because there was no communication about, well, what's going to happen to us, right? And so there was turmoil just all around. Because when the president came in, he actually thought he was coming in to do a turnaround. And I forget his name, but he really thought he was going to do a turnaround of Next. And then when it was evident that he was going to be the hatchet man, I remember actually at an event where I heard him say to a coworker, he goes, "I didn't sign up for this. This is not what I had envisioned of why I came here," right? And it's just like, okay, he got sold a bell of, he's been given the hatchet. And Steve was like, he walked away from the thing like, hey man, the business thing wasn't working. And of course, he was working to get back at Apple. So, but he had to find some other way of winding it down. He wasn't going to take the responsibility for winding it down publicly, because I think he needed the persona to go back to Apple, and he couldn't go back to Apple if he had just laid off all these people himself. So he let the other guy do it.
Yeah, and I think they limped along. I mean, by this time, I was already moving on to other things, so I think they limped along for a couple years there, doing this WebKit-like stuff, or a
Web objects.
web objects,
Yeah.
which I never got into. I don't even know what it ever did. So, you know, that was a period of 2 or 3 years where they were like, well, I don't know what they're doing, web objects, blah, blah, blah. We went off and joined Taligent. They essentially bought from us a license to integrate Livewire into the core of the OS. And what that means is Livewire, if you remember, is this live communications thing, right? Yeah. And as a substrate, and again, we don't have the internet big time yet. As a substrate, it had this ability to do in-order execution of commands. Mm-hmm. So I need to know that the message from you came in before the message from Stephen, right? So it's got to have a global clock, and it's got to have a way of ordering stuff and applying them against a journal against, something. And well, lo and behold, that is kind of the core of what you need to do distributed anything. Mm. So as a demonstration, I created a word processor that you could, 2 people, 2, 3, any number of people actually could edit at the same time, right? So you open up the document, and then, I mean, you can see this in Word now or Google Docs or whatever. You could be editing, you highlight something, you're editing, Stephen can edit something, I can edit something, all at the same time, right? And this was, I forget what year that would have been. It was like 92, 3, 4, probably 94 by then. And that was interesting. There are only a few companies in the world doing that kind of thing at that time. It turns out people like NCR, or NCR was one of them. I forget the Italian company that did computing. They were doing it. Olivetti. So Olivetti had this in the research lab, this kind of thing. But this was available, commercially. So they bought a license, and I spent a couple of years. Actually, I don't know if it was a couple of years. I spent some amount of time incorporating this into their OS. So when you use
this is Taligent.
Yeah, Taligent.
Yeah.
So Taligent was Taligent. Taligent was a combination, a joint venture between Apple and IBM originally.
And HP.
Was it HP?
HP was involved too?
That might have come later, but it was just Taligent and was Apple and IBM.
Yeah, and HP was in that group.
Oh, okay. So, well, I remember when HP came in and we gave them a demo of the stuff that we had done, and the what's his name?
It was Project Pink.
What?
It was Project Pink. Remember?
Yeah, it was Project Pink originally. I remember when HP came in, because we actually gave them a demo of this editor, and it was Paul something or other from Next who had gone over to be what?
Paul Vase?
Paul Vase, maybe. So. Anyway, the technology was about this collaboration capability. So we baked it in deep enough such that every application automatically had this ability to be collaborative, right? And that was what they bought, is being able to say, oh yeah, if you make a word processor, if you make a spreadsheet, if you make anything, it'll just automatically have this ability to be this collaborative thing, right? If you follow certain constructs. So I did that for, I don't know, a couple of years. And then...
So you were still contracting for Taligent?
Yeah. So they paid us a ton of money. I don't know if it was a one-time payment and then I was just kind of there that whole time, or if they kept paying us. Did they keep paying us money?
Yeah.
Okay,
they kept paying.
They paid us a big chunk of money, and then they kept paying us some more after that. Bill Shalou was our handler. You remember that?
Yeah. He was a cool dude.
Yeah,
Bill Shalhoub. Yeah, he was a cool cat.
Yeah. And during that time, I also met this guy named Chris Lovett, who was critical to me going to Microsoft later. But there were all sorts of people at Taligent at that time. That's where, if you ever heard of the Gang of Four, Eric Gamma was at Taligent at that time,
Right.
working on an editor and an IDE, and they later came out with a book, the Gang of Four book.
Right.
You know.
So is that?
And William, you also tell me that you did your patents too with Taligent off of that work too.
Yeah, I can't remember how many patents they filed on that, but at least this core technology was patented, I think, while we were there.
Yeah, and they gave you credit on that.
Yep. You were going to ask a question?
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned Eric Gamma and design patterns last time as well. Was meeting them, did you know about design patterns before meeting them, or was that something that came out of working with them at Taligent?
I can't remember exactly when that book came out, but it wasn't like Eric Gamma was, oh, you're the design patterns guy like we say today, right?
Yeah.
This was 20, almost 30 years ago. So he was Eric Gamma, a guy working at Taligent, right? Just like if you ask people about me at Microsoft today, it's like, oh, you're the Leap guy. Well, 30 years ago, I wasn't, I was just some developer dude. So it wasn't a big deal at that time. And he's not the only super bright brain that was at Taligent. They were chock full of people just like Next was,
Yeah.
They had really the best of the Apple engineers at the time. And some IBM engineers, they're just really smart people. So that was a journey. I actually lived away from home for, I don't know if it was about a year of it, so that I could be closer to Silicon Valley, because I was living up in Richmond at the time.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. They bought into our stuff. It was really cool and exciting. It was when we actually went to shows with them, as one of those features was like, well, what have you guys got? And it's like, well, let me show you this distributed paint program. Because at that time, it was just different, right? It's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. It's like, yeah. There it is.
But I think I wanted to sort of go back to that a little bit. So it's not that that you learn design patterns from the Gang of Four, but that you were already, because you mentioned when you were working on Who's Calling and then iterating on successive versions of that and also the custom apps, that you were already kind of doing that. It just didn't have a name yet. It didn't have the name design patterns. Yeah,
exactly. And I wouldn't overemphasize the design patterns, because that's just one of several. I mean, this is the environment we're in at this point is Smalltalk 80 is still kind of a thing. Not like a big commercial thing, but it's a thing that was in our minds as developers. So that was a pattern, even then, of having object-oriented, sending messages to things. We were truly, at that time, exploring the depths of object-oriented programming, right? Now, object-oriented goes all the way back to the 60s even, with Simula, as a language. And it's like, well, why are simulating the world, right? It's like, this is where object-oriented came from. So there was a lot of exploration, and on the news boards at that time, there was a lot of conversation about possibly having marketplaces of objects, and how would you have the API? What's the right API for that? And this is why Next speaker-listener pattern was so important, because from Objective-C, you had a mechanism where it could say, well, here's an API, and I can package up a message and send it to something, and it can act on it, and you didn't have to have a hard-coded API connecting them together. It was the data that connected them together, the data format, right? And this is classic. You see this in a language like Erlang, which takes us to the nth degree, where it's like, oh, it's all about agents and message passing. It's not about shared memory and hard-coded APIs, right? So we were exploring all of that stuff at that time. Things like our data manager, our data set, and our forms, those were natural things that came out of object-oriented in general, encapsulation, polymorphism, all this sort of stuff. I think those sorts of patterns fell out naturally just because you're doing the work, right? And it would just naturally come out. The Gang of Four, they codified it, right? They called things out. They said, okay, well that thing, model view controller, or various other patterns. They named the patterns that we were all doing, right? And then that acts as a guidebook. And now you can go, oh, okay, I guess that is called the factory pattern. Right. This thing that I'm already doing, that you call that the factory pattern. You call that the MVC. You call that the whatever. Client server, even that. So that's how it was. It wasn't so much following the Gang of Four because there was nothing to follow. It was just, this is what we were all doing at that time.
Right. So they were codifying existing practices people were doing already.
I think so. Now, I wasn't at the table when they were creating their book, so I don't know if they actually wrote down new patterns that no one had ever heard of. Reading the book, I didn't see anything as like, wow, that's new.
Right.
Most of it was like, yeah, okay, that's the name for that? Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's how it felt at the time.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good perspective. Earlier, I want to step back just a little bit. You mentioned, that Ellen Pinnell had moved on. Like, could you talk about what did they decide to move to after being on Next? What was that transition?
Well, I don't actually know the details. Stephen probably knows better than I do. But there was a point where they decided to get off Next hardware, so they got a bunch of PCs, and they could have run the Next stuff on those PCs, but they switched to a new vendor who did I don't know what actually. After that, it was like, okay, well, I guess we're done. So I'm not sure what they ran after that and what they would run today. I'm sure it's more standard PC sort of stuff. Do you know, Stephen, what they did?
No, it's such a tumultuous, breakup, right? So, I think it was they looked at Next, the writing on the wall, whoever the PC manufacturer was that came in, or the reseller that came in, probably said, oh, those things, that's going to be a dinosaur. You're not going to be able to have support. Alain Pinnell was growing, right? It had the one office in Los Gatos. That's where that video was shot. They had that one office, and then she was expanding the business, and they were going through turmoil in themselves, right? The CEO and the chairman were having strife, and I think what happened was they were having strife. Next was viability was in trouble, and we were this small company that they didn't want to depend on anymore. So I think it was a crescendo of all these events, and so they just like, okay, we can't take this going forward. PCs had been advancing, software had been advancing, the web was now coming more into the fray, the PC was evolving, and so the web was also evolving too. So then the applications that we built years before, to replicate those types of applications or the baseline features was becoming more available.
Yep.
So I think it was just more of a crescendo of effects,
Yeah. Okay. Getting back to Taligent then, like. From the business side, how did that whole thing come about?
Like, how did they find us, or how's the deal structure?
Yeah.
Well, they called us. They found us, however, because small industry, black guys, you're going to find us. So the technology of Livewire is what attracted them.
Right.
And either because someone saw it at Demo 91 or somewhere along the line, maybe a magazine article, who knows what, but somehow they latched on to Livewire. And they said, oh, we're really interested in you guys putting that on our platform.
Oh, and also, this goes back to, I can't find it, but if you do some digging on the research, you'll find it. This, of course, since I'm the marketing guy, I got to bring back a race again. So, but this is a good thing about race. This was really courageous of Taligent, and somewhat courageous of Next too, because Next didn't shy away from who we were, right? They just like, you guys got the goods. We're gonna ride with you guys. Taligent did the same thing. As a matter of fact, Taligent went public with it. So Taligent took out a half-a-page ad in the San Jose Mercury News for like a week, and it just had it was a recruitment ad for developers, and it's like, come join Taligent, and they had William and I standing there, and we were the face of Taligent's developer community. Because there weren't any developers, we were the only ones. But they didn't. But I think that what's instructive here is that they didn't shy away from the race issue, right? This is why I say, Silicon Valley has flashes of meritocracy, because Taligent at the time, and I think it's mainly because the IBM influence. They were, the CEO of Taligent at the time was an IBMer, so he probably was more enlightened than other people may have been. But when they did those ads, it was shocking. I was actually shocked when I got the San Jose Mercury News. That was the Bible newspaper of Silicon Valley for a long time. So you opened it up, and then there's this half-page ad. And you got these two black guys in there, saying, "Come join Taligent," and it was. I've been looking for it, I can't find it. But if you go into the archives of the San Jose Mercury News, it's pretty startling for the time. Today, as a matter of fact, today you wouldn't even see that. Could you imagine you open up the Chronicle and seeing Salesforce having a half-page ad, putting two black guys and say, "Come be a Salesforce developer," as egalitarian as that company is? They wouldn't do that. So,
yeah. So
anyways, that's important.
So I think and again, that's one of those things that I'm sure I knew it at the time, but it didn't stick in my memory at all, because it's all about the technology, baby. It's like he remembers that, and I'm like, I remember coding up, how difficult it was creating the two-phase commit locking mechanism for the Word document thing. That's what I remember, and I was completely oblivious to anything that was not related to the code, for the most part.
Well, speaking of that, how was the Taligent platform compared to Next, technically?
It was different. Next, I would say, was Next from the beginning had I want to say gestalt, but that's not quite the right word. They had an architecture from the beginning, and they were just filling in the gaps, right, as they went along. Taligent was evolving an architecture as they went along, and they were exploring and trying different things. Like, one of the commentaries that they would say was, everything is an object, down to the integer. Everything was an object, and that was kind of permeating the system, and it had its pluses and minuses. And so they had a lot of philosophical things that they were pursuing. Like, they would make statements like, this is where things like this come from. We want to make the impossible, the really hard possible, and the really easy, easy. And everything was hard. They made everything kind of hard because of the philosophy they had. It's like, well, you're making these really hard things possible, but you're also making really easy things kind of harder than they need to be. Next wasn't like that. Next was more like, well, this is all got to be beautiful, sure, easy. And I think they were just, they had fewer engineers who were really driving a whole bunch of stuff. So they were able to gel on systems that were more coherent. So simple things like, okay, Objective-C, message passing, deferred runtime dispatch, all this sorts of stuff. Is like, okay, there you go. Now let's get on with the music library, and let's make the best music library there is. You know, we had a DSP in the next computers, so let's do digital signal processing just beautifully. Let's make music a really good, you know. So their philosophy was more like that, and they came out with things like the app kit, right? Which is all about making it super brain dead simple, easy for the developer to create apps, right? Taligent would have been like, well, let's make sure it's got the right theoretical basis, and the developer can adapt if the thing's kind of clunky, you know.
And that's that IBM influence. That's that IBM influence.
Yeah, perhaps it's an IBM influence. And they would also do things that Taligent, like, there was no file browser for the longest time. I created the file browser that was interesting. And this is what we actually demonstrated at shows. Because they didn't have one. It's like, how can you not have a file browser? You know? And next, they had a file browser from day one. You know, they didn't have a bunch of other stuff, but they had a file browser, you know? So I would say it's like that. Each one of them had super interesting technology going on, but Taligent was clearly more of a research project than a commercial product. And it never became a commercial product, right?
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the two.
Yeah, we're the only developer, Jay, you can say that actually made money off Taligent. Yeah, because we were the developer, and we were also a vendor. so we did well off that. But I think one of the things that William's saying that's mindful from a marketing standpoint is that Steve Jobs had a vision of what the next experience should be. So all these brain simple things were stuff that I want. He goes, I don't just want the machine to be beautiful. I want all the apps to be beautiful. So the whole user experience, regardless of what type of application you're in, it should be consistently beautiful. So if everyone's using the same kit, then it's all going to have the same look and feel, and the user experience is going to be the same. I think that was the genius of Next. And then Taligent, as William was going about, it's very much a consortium, right? You have Apple, IBM, and HP all trying to compete against Microsoft, trying to break that juggernaut. So they're just like, what can we do? What will stick on the wall? So they weren't looking to be able to make the best user experience on the planet. They were trying to figure out how they can wrestle Microsoft market share away from Microsoft. So the way they even looked at the marketplace was vastly different.
Yeah.
And the company that was in between them, would you say, William, is like, if you look at the BeOS, it's kind of a little bit of both.
Then B comes along.
Well, we'll get to the B story. Wanted to sort of finish off this Taligent portion. We were talking about the differences between Taligent and Next. How important was it that the language, so that it was C++ versus Objective-C?
That's an interesting one because, let's see, in my progression of languages in college, I learned Pascal, and then by the time we got into Turbo Pascal, when we were doing our earliest stuff, even before Next or anything else, we were probably writing in Turbo Pascal. I probably played with Turbo Prolog. I don't remember if I got into Turbo C at all at that point. And then along comes Next, and it's all about Objective-C, right? Which was a new language. Next was the only one pushing it at that point. And that was very interesting, in terms of single inheritance versus multiple inheritance, this message passing thing, the notation of how you even specify parameters to functions. That was all kind of new and different, but it was all okay because it was small talk basically. Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay, as a developer, you learn different languages. So I became an expert in Objective-C. And I knew everything about it at that time. And we used it to great, it was just awesome. And I think there's just a couple of key features of it that really enabled certain things to happen. The speaker listener, this runtime dispatch of functions, these things made the language loose enough that you could have an app kit and draw lines to say, okay, when that button gets pressed, this function's going to get called. Really easy, right? And I think the language helped facilitate that, right? Because it was set up to do that sort of thing, message passing. Switch to Taligent was all C++. And for, I don't know if I was completely new to C++ at that time. I must have known something. But multiple inheritance, templates, which were just horrible. You know, the thing is so tightly coupled. You know, it's not like the Objective-C where you can just pass messages and dispatches and all this sort of stuff. It's like, you know, you might as well be writing an assembly, right? I mean, that's the lineage. So I think Taligent was, it was harder because of the language at that time. If I had to rewrite Taligent stuff in modern day C++, it would be easier. Because now modern day C++ almost looks like a scripting language, you know, almost has garbage collection. I mean, Objective-C wasn't about garbage collection, but it's a lot easier now. But 20 years ago, 25 years ago, it was a horrible language to be building that large scale system with hundreds of engineers, right? It was really hard, whereas Objective-C didn't quite have the same fragility that C++ had. That would be my assessment. It was like, it was really slow going compared to what you could have done in Objective-C at that time.
Yeah. So during this period, were most of the revenues coming from this Taligent partnership?
Pretty much. Is that right, Stephen? Maybe we still had a little bit of... No, we didn't have any real Next sales at that point, and we didn't have Alon Pinnell, so...
No, it was
pretty
all
much
that.
Taligent.
They paid enough that we could, you know, I think we shed a little bit, but it was enough to be able to give us more life. To remember, because they paid, and then as you were doing that work, I was trying to figure out, well, what's next? And we played around with, what was that? God, what was that game? That gaming company that. There was a gaming company that we were we
went and talked to EA, right?
Yeah, I talked to EA, right, and I pitched a game idea to EA, and it was so funny. I said, you know, I'm not a gamer, but what I want to see in games is I want to be able to be a spectator in a game. And I got this from what William was doing with Next, is like, I want to be able to watch a game and watch like, Street Fighter, and I want to watch two guys play Street Fighter. That's what I want to do, and I want to create a platform that allows you to do that. Right?
That's dumb. Who would ever want to do that?
That's a dumb idea. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
But there was.
So you guys were busy exploring this and that, and I was down there, you know, doing the Taligent thing. So I think that was our main revenue.
Yeah, it was. It was the
all
only
the way
revenue.
until B came along.
So,
God, there was a gaming company in there, William, for a hot few months. That was one of the industry before EA, right? Because before I went down to EA, there was a gaming company that was started by one of the gaming superstars at the time, and they had a short-lived, because remember they were in the same area as Next. As a matter of fact, they might have been in the same building.
No, that was
they took
EA.
over.
That was EA.
It was EA?
We went down to their offices. We saw a preview of one of the new boxes. It has some Sony processor or something like that. I forget what it was, but that was EA.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. It was. Well, EA was not who they are today. That's why I guess it was a newfangled company. Because it was just like, yeah, who's this EA company? You know, they aren't who they are today.
Yeah. So then, what year did the B thing happen? And how did
Let's
that
see.
Start?
That, again, started because they had seen my work on Livewire and Taligent. And, well, what happened actually was B got started, and somehow they found us at a show, something or other, and they said, so they brought us a couple of boxes. They said, hey, we're this new thing. Are you interested in maybe, playing around with our boxes, right? This is pre-B box. This is when they had the white B boxes, prototypes, not the blue ones. So they gave us a couple of boxes and said, try this out, right? So we kind of signed up for their developer program, and I started writing stuff. I don't even remember what I write. I think I did things like I ported a bunch of Unix games, like Snake. I probably did the analog clock, and I did the cat eyes following the mouse. Just playing around with stuff. And I just did, I was getting in more and more. And Taligent was winding down because they were just done. So at this point, this was a turning point. This is where Stephen and I start to part ways, and I'm like, well, I got a family. These are my earning years. I need to go make the dollar, right? So they found us. I was tinkering around, just messing around with the box, and I got more and more into it. And I went to a couple of the developer little conferences that they had. I met them, and eventually I said, "Hey, I'd like to work with you guys. I want a job," right? So I actually went to to work, and that's where Steve and I parted, and he took Adamation in different directions, but we still actually stayed close to doing certain stuff. So while I was at B, and I was only there for 2 years, but while I was at B, I created some more frameworks. I created a UI framework that eventually they used for creating Personal Studio at Adamation.
Oh.
That's right? I mean, Paul and Simon did various other things, but the core of this UI, I want to talk about that because that's kind of fun. But the core of this UI was I developed while I was, at B. It's like, here you go. And it was for the community in general, but Adamation used it. And I did evangelism, and I did developer support, and I wrote in the B newsletter. What did we do? I can't remember if it was once a week or once a month, but it was pretty frequent. And I was in every newsletter for a year, right? We had a weekly communication we sent out to developers. So I would write various technical stories or just interesting stories. It's just keeping the developer community interested. So yeah, that's how B started, is basically me kind of going, okay, this is a cool platform. This is the next thing, and then that's how it started.
So which 2 years were you at B?
Well, I met Microsoft in 98, so it was probably 96, 97, or 90, yes. So I went to Microsoft at the November of 98, so back up 6 months, so 96 sometime.
Okay. So it was right after you left B that you joined Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, there was maybe a 2 or 3 month gap, but then, yeah.
Right. Okay, I see. Yeah. So you mentioned Taligent was, also starting to go down. Like,
yep.
Talk about that experience, like what that was like.
Well, again, for me, it was like nothing. I mean, it's basically like, oh, you're closing the doors? Okay, I guess that's the end of that. And then it's on to the next thing, and along came B, right? So from my perspective, it was just, that's done. There's no more milk coming from that cow. Time to go find something else to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
So there's nothing interesting from my perspective really happened there, right? It's like, it was just clear that it's like, okay, you guys are done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, when you decided to leave, this is a big deal because the company had been a partnership between you, the two of you, right? So,
yeah.
From Stephen, from your perspective, like how did you have to sort of change the way that maybe you ran the company, or like what was the change in the dynamic?
Oh, it was hard. I mean, it was it was actually, William is saying, oh, yeah, we're done. But when he parted, it was painful, right? There was this movie out at the time. It was called Big Night, and there's it's very similar to what happened to us. The Big Night is about these two brothers, and they had a restaurant together. It was this great restaurant, and then they fight and they break up and blah blah blah. That was us. But it was very tumultuous, and it wasn't tumultuous because we were fundamentally at odds with each other. It was the reality, right? He just had a child. It's just the realities of, hey, I got a wife and child, and I can't make it doing this anymore. And I was still single. I didn't have any children. So I'm like, I still have the quest. But I think one of the reasons why it was so tumultuous for me, maybe more so than for William, is because technology, I'm not innate with technology, right? So I have to, for me to be successful at it, I always have to have someone around me that has the technical vision and I have the market vision, and then together we can do something. And in my stable at that time, didn't have anyone at the company that was at William's caliber. There was a young kid that we picked up out of the UK, Simon Clark. And to this day, he and another guy that was a friend of William's and then became a friend of mine, Paul Carnine, those guys became both of them together made a William. And I said, okay, I can do something with these guys. And so what I decided, when William was, taking our vision forward, we were always on the enterprise side of things. Fortunately, because that's where the money was, that's where people were paying. And so William was, database this, database that. Well, as you remember, before I was interested in film and video and all that stuff. So I said, well, the B box is built with, I think it had like an ARM chip in it, and the whole, was that right?
No, it didn't have ARM chip in it. It just had a dual processor. No, it was a Motorola.
Right?
It was a dual processor. The original B box was a dual processor. Motorola's 6030 or 6020 or something like that. So,
but there was something about the graphics
that's what was about it, is that it had this dual proc thing, which no one else had at that time.
See, just goes to show you how I stumbled over even that simple technology fact.
Well, that was a long time ago. I mean, that's a fact that's like, eh.
But the thing was is that I sat and I said, okay, what kind of product do I want to have? And this is something I learned from William, because he's just like, instead of trying to speculate where the market's going to go, develop something that you'd want to use yourself. And so I always wanted to come back to media. So I was like, well, you can do video editing with this thing. And at the time, Premiere wasn't in the Premiere. I'm not sure if Premiere existed in the market or if it was just a fledgling product at the time. It was fledgling. I think it did exist. So I said, I want to create a video editing application. And there was these guys that we met. One who I knew, Paul Kana, and then Simon, who was in the UK, and he was just a graphics whiz. I said, let's develop a video editing. And that's how we developed Personal Studio. And then William on the inside at B. It's kind of, we had an insider, right, making sure that we had the frameworks that we could do what it is we want to do on the outside. So, but before we did that, it had really great audio signaling processing capabilities. So we created a thing called audio, and it's kind of like with Who's Calling, right? And Who's Calling, we took Who's Calling, and then we decoupled it. And we did the same thing here. We started out this crude video editing, and then we pulled out image processing, made an image processor, and it was called Image Elements. And then we pulled out an audio processor, and we called it Audio Elements. And then we had these bags of widgets that we sold as well. So we basically decoupled the thing, sold off these little pieces to the tiny community that it was. But then we did a couple of turns with video editing, and video was just starting to come in at the time. So that's when we got with Data Becker, and they rebranded the product and sold it there. I was able to get distribution in Japan. We got distribution in France, and then here at home. Oh, and then we eventually got a branding deal with Broderbund. And we sold, Broderbund created a product with ours, with our product. And then Sony came and ripped us off at a show. They came to a show, and I think their product was called Vegas or something like that. And they came to a show, and they did a lot of due diligence, and next thing you know, they came out with something that looked like a splitting image of what we did. But we still had some residual income from when William was there, and we made enough of a living off the B, doing the same thing, custom work, but they had more of a user base, so we sold Personal Studio. Personal Studio did, I think the best market for us was Japan, so we did a localized version, and we also did a mail product too, and it was called Adam. Yeah, it's called Adam. So we did an email because the BeOS didn't have a mail system. So we developed one, and it was called Adam, and that was a really cool application. And so we did pretty well in Japan. So I went to Japan for a couple of visits, and that went well. And Jean-Louis Gasset was, a lot like Steve Jobs, right? He was a Frenchman, kind of a swashbuckler guy. He didn't have the same vision by any means as Stephen Jobs, but he still had that same swashbuckling persona and could move and get people excited. And it was with the BeOS that we had our second time at demo. And that's when, by that time, Kari Fisher, she had taken it by then. And we came and presented at demo. I forget which year the demo was that time, but that was the second time that we had been asked to participate at the demo conference. So that was the B stuff. That was fun because William wasn't there, and with William not there, I felt. It's like, what am I going to do with this company? I'm not a technologist. But then I just focused on the market. I focused on the market and the differentiation that we had in the market. So just like Taligent and Next before us, is if those platforms could find a way of being successful, we'll be the star application on the platform, and we'll be successful. So we picked 3 platforms that went nowhere, but we picked 3 platforms that had the most cutting of edges, and we just bled to death on all 3 of them.
Well, we did manage to feed ourselves. We did manage to start families and launch careers and all that sort of stuff. So it wasn't total waste. At least I don't view it as a total waste. It's about evolution as humans. So.
Yeah, as we get older, I'm coming into more of the evolutions. But you have to remember, William went to Microsoft, did extremely well, and then I stayed in this whole entrepreneurial thing for a while. So, our paths definitely took different trajectories. But I don't begrudge it, the decisions that I made at all.
Right.
Except that Nathan Mervold won.
Oh, I know, Nathan. Why don't you guys come join us? Yeah, I know where your office is. Ours used to be right down the street. Nah.
Could have been an acqui-hire.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, and Microsoft at the time was so tiny. It's like William would have been, the Uber architect, and I would probably have been doing some Uber marketing thing, sales, and oh well.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. Here we are now.
Let's talk software. So you want to know about the Personal Studio stuff?
Did you ever decide to port Personal Studio or any of the other applications?
Yes. Matter of fact, it was because of Personal Studio that I was able to finally raise venture capital.
Okay.
So it was Personal Studio that got us to the venture fund.
Okay.
So so this is an interesting story. So when B was starting to do its crash,
we're like the death, the angels of death.
So if you want a platform to die,
put us on it.
Well, you guys, it's interesting. You guys are always like the first on every new platform.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And had that platform succeeded, you guys would have been,
The tops.
yeah. But then,
But no. And see what's happening? We weren't the first at Microsoft, and damned if they won't go down.
Yeah, well, 3D printing is the same way, right? Dabbled in 3D printing, and now that market is stalled. But how we did the first venture round is like, when with William gone, I was looking for mentorship, and I had reached out, and I mentioned this gentleman earlier, who was my mentor, not only professional mentor but personal, life development, was Michael Fields, who was the president of Oracle USA. And he turned around Oracle, and he had raised $75 million for a company called Open Vision. And so Open Vision was something that he launched, and he raised the money from Warburg Pincus. And at the time, it was the largest venture capitalized fund in the Valley. And it was a black man, right? Nobody ever talks about that in the annals of technology. And even $75 million today is a lot. But anyways, he invested in the company, into Adamation, and I was so naive because I was talking to him about, I just wanted to meet him for lunch, and I would meet him for lunch every month and just to talk to him about trials and tribulations and to get his advice. And then one day he just says, I think you're at a point now that you need some investment dollars. And he goes, I'm going to invest in you. I mean, I didn't ask for it. He just said, I know who you are, I know your character. So he goes, I think I'm going to put $100,000 into your company.
wow.
And so I was just like speechless. And so he gets out his wife's checkbook, writes me a check for $100,000, and I was looking at it like as a Willy Wonka ticket. I mean, like, I can cash this? And his wife comes in, and she's fussing at him because he writes this check, and then she says, did you balance my checkbook? Because you always write checks out of my checkbook without balancing it. And I'm like, who has $100,000 in their checking account? Because I never had more than 100. So it was just amazing. So, and then he introduced me to a company out of Chicago called Polestar, and they were our first institutional investor, and they put in $2 million. Wow. So then it's just like, okay, now I have some money to actually do something. And then that's when we polished up Personal Studio, and we did a second revision of it, and it was a really good product. And that's that video that you saw. That was Mark Hall, who was our lead of engineering at the time, and he was given the demo of the product, and that product was doing, it was doing okay. But what happened was the internet was really starting to take off. It was just like, it was go-go years, right? And so what I saw is William and I, we were talking a lot, and we were talking about the web and what it meant. And so I kind of had this idea. I said, I think in the future, this is crazy. I said, in the future, people are going to want to take videos, and they're going to want to share it with their friends over this thing called the internet. And we're just calling it the web.
Stop with your nonsense.
And people are going to want to do that in the future. And B was just like, they were doing their dive, and I said, I got to get off this platform. And so I don't know how it happened, but there was someone at HP, I think it was the HP had known of us because of our Taligent work. And so somebody introduced me to someone at HP, and I said, I told him my vision of what I thought the future was going to look like. And he says, I want you to meet somebody. He goes, I'm gonna socialize this inside HP, and I'd like you to put a deck together. And mind you, all we had was Personal Studio running on the BeOS, right? We didn't even have any code, didn't have anything. I just had a deck. So he got me to a guy that was the vice president of finance, I think. His name was Craig White. And I was able to do a pitch to him and his team. So I brought my CFO, my CTO, myself, Mike Fields. So there's 4 black people going into a car, and we show up at this conference room over at HP headquarters. and then Craig White's there, and he had this army of people. There was probably a dozen people on his team that were sitting behind him. So I'm sitting in front of him, and we're talking, and I give this big, I show Personal Studio, and I said, this is Personal Studio. Video editing on the desktop, and it was still kind of new at the time. Premiere was getting a lot further, but still wasn't where it is today. And I said, but this internet coming on, it's going to be big. Imagine doing that on the internet at home and then sharing this with other people and this is from William's work of doing Livewire. I was thinking about Livewire and that whole idea of people simultaneously working on videos together. But I think what really got them was, I said, at the time, HP made digital cameras. And people don't know that. And at the time, they were the biggest seller of digital cameras. And so I said, if you invest in us, it'll be an opportunity for you to be able to beat back Sony on the video camera front. And it'll be an opportunity for you to beat back SGI on the server front, because they were getting their lunch eaten by SGI. And then you'll be the first ones with getting onto the web. So imagine that you're running this application with video and picture taking off of HP hardware, and then it's all being served up on the internet with HP servers on the background. That's the vision that I sold to them. With no product, just a deck.
Wow.
And they said, great. And it was so funny. So it was like that story that I told earlier about Paul Hume at Next, and this was my next coming back, right? Where when Stephen Jobs gives this big presentation about the next box, and then Paul Hume says, with Adalon Panel says, I'm buying because I'm investing in you. And so I remembered that, and when I was doing this pitch, I knew that I had to convey to Craig White that I know what I'm talking about, and he's going to invest in me. And sure enough, he didn't even ask any technical questions, because he wasn't a technical guy. He said, I just have one question for you. And I said, okay. And I said, please don't make it a technical question. So he said, did you do sports in college? And I said, well, that's an odd question. I said, yeah, I did. I ran cross country and track. He goes, okay. And he turns around to his minions. He says, we're doing this deal. And you should have seen their faces. They're just like, what? None of them got to ask any questions. And they're all looking at, they were all staring us down too, right? And our team, we're just like on the verge of tears. And then he says, and this is the part that stunned me. He goes, well, how much do you want? And I wasn't prepared for that, because I didn't think they were going to say yes. I thought it was going to be more meetings. And I said, and so I said, $2 million? And I said it just like that. I said, $2 million? And I put up my hands like that. And he just looks at me kind of like, and he gives me this puzzled look like, is that all? Is that all you want? And then Mike Fields, since he knew what was happening, he goes, let's take a time out. We need to talk as a team. So Mike gets up, we go into a separate conference room. And so we're talking, he's all strategizing about what the number should be. And he says, I think we should go back and ask for 7. I said, okay. So I go back in there, and Mike starts talking a little bit, and then I said, 7 million. He goes, and then he kind of nods his head. He goes, okay. And then before long, I said 9. He goes, okay, we'll do 9. And it was just like that. He goes, 9 million it is. And so we wrap up the meeting, and he looks at me, and he says, we were prepared to go to 15. And I said, well, so he goes, you left a lot of money on the table. He goes, we were prepared to go to 15. And I looked at him and smiled. I said, I was willing to take 2. And then we closed the deal from the first, Craig Grant was his last name, the guy that introduced me. Anyways, we closed the deal from first to close was 45 days. I mean, it was just rocket fast. And then it was just about go trying to do stuff. So just like as all the other platforms that we're on that did the death spiral, after we got the money and we're a year and a half into it, we started to work with PricewaterhouseCoopers to help us on development because we needed more development help. And then the internet bubble was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And HP had just bought Compaq. So they were struggling trying to integrate and swallow Compaq. And then at the same time, the internet was just getting ready to burst, and then it just like, bam. And then when HP had to clean up their balance sheet, so they had invested $120 million into strategic investments, and they clawed back every single one of them because they had to clean up the balance sheet to make the merger with Compaq look more attractive. So they had 120 on the balance sheet. They had to get rid of that. So they just killed off all these investments, and us included. And we were halfway through it. And Mike Fields and I, we had this disagreement because he came from Oracle, so he was at ADR before that, and he went to Oracle, and he started Open Vision. So he's a big enterprise guy and really used to managing cash flow, right, and interest and all that stuff. And I'm this struggling entrepreneur guy, and I'm like, if there's money on the table, take all of it and put it in your pocket because you don't know if you're going to get any more of it. So when we first did the drawdown, HP gave us the option. You can draw the whole $9 million down immediately, or you can take it over at your pace. And Mike said, let's take it over time. And I'm like, there's money on the table. Who knows what's happening? Let's take it all now.
Right.
And we didn't take it all now, which is unfortunate, because if we would take it all now, it would have had enough room. Because we only had burned through like about 3 million of it. So we had a lot of money on the table that would have bought us enough time to find the next platform to do a death spiral on. So when that happened, then it just the whole thing just kind of imploded. And then without having William there wasn't I couldn't by myself figure out what the next thing was. So my two lead programmers, Simon and Paul, they picked up the work that we were doing, and then they created a company called Vara Software. And then they basically took the next evolution of video streaming, which was, of course, where we were going. And they developed some video streaming apps, and they were like a top developer on the Apple platform, on Apple. And then they ended up selling to a Grass Valley company. I forget who it was, but one of the video companies. So anyway, so that's that story.
Okay. Wow. So you mentioned that. So during this time, how big was the company? How many employees?
Oh, so at that point we got up to about 30 people.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So because we had venture money, and it was really interesting because I had already had the company for 10 years prior. So I'm used to how William and I were just like really meager with how we spent money and making sure that, everything was really tight because we didn't have a lot of time. And Mike one day says, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Spend the money." I said, "No, I'm trying to conserve money." He goes, we didn't give you all this money for you to conserve it. If we were going to do that, we'd put it in the stock market, spend all of your money. So I just started spending, but it wasn't prudent. It wasn't prudent because we kind of got away from the principles that William and I had, which was being much more methodical about products and who the market was, versus we had a boatload of money. The internet was the thing, and I had this vision. And so as things were kind of winding down, I had the next, when I talked about the video editing and all that, I called it Mediopolis. So Mediopolis was what HP had invested in, and then when it went away, it just, that was it. Then it was a fire sale.
Right. So then, how you mentioned that when you went to that HP meeting that everybody was black. So like how much of the company was black versus?
We're trying to do the black thing. So my entire I had I had 5 executives, and 4 of them were black.
Wow.
And I was really focused on black people can do this. And so since the executives were black, they hired black people. And it was something that's like, find black folks that can do the job. Interesting enough, though, on the technical side, our technical lead was black, but the 2 racehorses, Simon and Paul, they were white. Right, but they were the core, and then we built the support staff around them. They were black too. So I would say 80% of the company was black.
Wow, that's big, yeah.
Yeah.
And so that original investor that you also you talked about, how did you meet him?
Oh, Mike Fields. I met him in the San Francisco Chronicle. They did a profile on him after he raised $75 million for Open Vision. And I saw his picture in the paper, and I said, I'm going to meet you. And I knew that I couldn't get to him directly, so I did a cold call. I cold called his assistant, Jennifer Spoon, and I said, who I am, I just want to have lunch. And I asked her for her her mailing address, and I mailed her a package of who we were. And then about a week later, she called me back and said, Mr. Fields would like to have lunch with you. And that's how it started. Okay, so I cold called the guy.
Wow. Okay.
So cold calling works.
And wait, so then it sounds like after he made the investment, he ended up joining the company.
No, he was
or chairman of the board.
He was a chairman. He wasn't the chairman of the board. He gave that to me because he wanted me to learn what it meant to be a chairman. So, and then when things got really dicey, then he took over the executive. He became the executive chairman because it was just I was over my head at that time. But then when it all imploded, he had sold Open Vision and he did really well for himself. And then he went to do a turnaround at a company called Kana Software. And when he went to Kana Software, he recruited me because I was, kind of the only corporate job I've ever had. And he recruited me to join him there. And it was really, really cool. He said, I want you to come join me at Kana Software. He goes, there's some holes in your skill set, and I want you to fill them here. I want you to, he goes, I want you, and this is, is this part of mentoring, right? Yeah. So he goes, he said, I want you to go buy a company. So he put me in the head of biz development and mergers and acquisitions. And I'm like, how do you do that? He goes, just figure it out. He goes, identify a company that we need, fill a hole, and then make a presentation of what we should do. And he said, he goes, when he went to Oracle, I think he told me that it was Ray Lang that taught him how to really do finance. And Ray Lang told him about, it's just like, just figure it out. So he did the same kind of thing with me that Ray Lang did with him, which is, he had me just figure it out. And I identified a company that filled a service hole for us. And I went and bought it. And to this day, it's the most profitable part of Kana. to this day.
Really?
Yeah. So, and then I did the integration, and then I did divestiture of old technologies. And what was cool about it is that at the time, we were a small cap publicly traded company. So we were under the rules of Sarbanes-Oxley. So I learned how to do mergers and acquisitions as a small cap company under public, oversight, right? And for someone who didn't have an MBA from Harvard, was pretty big deal to be able to do an M&A at a publicly traded company, and I had no experience. But now I know what M&A is about, and so M&A and divestiture of technologies and integration of acqui-hires. So I know what that's like now. Right. But Mike was the one that had the foresight that I needed that skill set. So
Right.
he gave me the opportunity to develop that. So even though he lost all of his money that he invested in me, he's like, and I was just really tore up about it. He goes, don't worry about it. He goes, I could have lost as much, if not more, in the stock market. He goes, but my investment wasn't about the return. The return on investment is your skill set and advancing your skill set. That's what I'm investing in, right?
Wow. That's amazing.
And that's how mentoring really works.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what William's doing with Leap. He's doing the exact same thing. And then there's a couple of folks that I mentor right now as well. And I try to find how can I open up opportunities. And both of them now have skill sets that have eclipsed mine. But that's how it should be, right? If you mentor properly, the person that you're mentoring should eclipse you.
Right.
So.
Huh. Wow. Man, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there is.
Talk about maybe winding down Adamation in that whole process.
The descent into despair.
Man, it was so depressing.
But one thing you should keep in mind in all of this, I'm already at Microsoft by this
Yeah.
time, so Stephen's on his own with all of this.
Yeah, so actually, I felt abandoned. You know, I felt, and William and I, as a matter of fact, I think we had a rough patch there too, because I felt like I was abandoned by him. I was just alone. Because I didn't, we had built this company together, and then I also felt the failure because I lost, $12 million of other people's money. There were no black company at that time had raised, Mike Fields raised a lot of money. He raised, as I mentioned, $75 million from Warburg Pincus. But, other than that, there wasn't a lot of black companies that had raised, more than $10 million. And then to be able to raise that much money and to fail, I felt like not only did I fail, but I let down my community. Because there's a lot of people in the Bay Area. I had developed name recognition, and people were rooting for me. And the fact that I felt like I let people down. So it was a moment of despair. It really was. So I kind of floundered about for a couple of years until Mike said, "Okay, enough of that. You need to come over to Kana and learn some stuff." And it was really exciting. And it was a turnaround. And we ended up selling Kana to AKKR. So it was a successful turnaround. It was a very tumultuous turnaround, but we did it.
Right, yeah. And so the Adamation ended in 2003, and you were at Kana from 2006 to 2010?
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Yeah, one of the things that you sent me was this little certificate from the White House Conference on
Oh, that was fun. Yeah. So when William had left to go to Microsoft, I figured that Adamation we weren't going to be successful. Adamation wasn't going to be successful on technical merits alone, right? William's just grit and intellectual prowess got us to where we were, right? We were driven 100% by technology. I was just looking for how to support him and how to find market opportunities to put all that genius into something. So that was my role. But without them there, then I had to make the company less about technology because, as I said, it doesn't come to me innately. So I started to dabble in the politics and business side of things much, much more. So there was this opportunity. There was the Clinton administration had this thing called the White House Conference on Small Business, and in that conference, what they were doing was there was a movement about getting it, that Congress wasn't being attentive to the small business, and Clinton wanted to be able to be the president to do that. So, there was a California delegation. You had to get voted in, and I got William and all my friends at the company to come and vote me in to be a delegate on the California delegate. And so, Stephen goes to Washington basically. And so went to Washington and got my taste of politics, and took a lot that I had learned from Adamation in how to work with peers across the country, right? So there were like probably 10 breakout groups. Right? They had franchisers, they had the technology subcommittee, they had medical. They had all these different subcommittees. But Congress said we're only going to take the top 10, and those top 10 are going to be the things that we're going to then put legislation behind. And the smallest group of all of them was technology. The chair of the technology committee was Audrey Rice Oliver, a black woman. And she was actually a very successful black entrepreneur in tech. She had a outsourcing company. And she and I were friends. And so I drew up a strategy of how we were going to get the tech sector to be in the top 10 when we were kind of like, we were just way down on the totem pole of things. And so it was a fun thing. But it was just politics. It was just a matter of, can I bring Adamation's name onto the political stage, right? So that's why I did it. And then also for me, can I broaden my contacts? And going to Washington, I was hoping that I would also get government exposure so that maybe I could take Adamation more towards government contracting or developing apps for government agencies, since we had done work with the CIA unbeknownst to us at the time. So I thought, well, maybe there's some money there. So if I can get this White House conference under my belt, that will allow me to get exposure into the Washington infrastructure.
Talking about like this whole relationship with Mike Fields, how important? You've mentioned all the mentoring that he did for you. How important is it for Black entrepreneurs and investors to mentor others and to help build a community?
It's essential. Well, it wasn't just me. He also mentored a gentleman by the name of David Ellington, who had this company called Net Noir. It was the first social media company. In matter of fact, they existed before Facebook, and it was out of San Francisco. And it was a black social networking platform. And it was great. And some of the people who work for Net Noir, and that's where I got my technical people from, is that when at the demise of that company, Mike was an investor over there, and so I picked up some of the people from there. But black entrepreneurs are going nowhere without mentoring. Absolutely nowhere. You can't do it without being mentored. It's just too hard.
Yeah, and it's not about the skills necessarily, it's about access as well as, someone has to show you the path and bring you into the room and make you the introduction to, whoever, as well as skills. But I think it's more about all the other, it's like, how do you navigate, right?
Yeah, and Mike did that, right? So like when I walked into HP to do a pitch, I'm walking in there with someone who was a former president of Oracle, right? So it's just like, okay, if that guy invested in this guy, then he must have some type of credibility, right? So he brought some validity to me to be able to actually be in the room. I had to close the deal, but he was part of that entree that got me there. So, mentoring is important. It's not talked enough about. I'm be really excited to hear William's perspective when we start talking about Leap, because if it wasn't like, over at Leap, there's hundreds of black people who owe their career to William, right? Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't for William, taking arrows in the back, he's like, no, we didn't take the Microsoft call when we were at Next. But not doing that, if we would have taken that then, we'd probably be very well off today. but there was a different mission for us, right? So William has done very well at Microsoft in advancing other people's careers. I've advanced some other people's careers, and I continue to do that now. That's why I'm in the Virgin Islands. and hoping to advance people's careers again, because that's what was done for me, right? So we actually have an obligation to pass the baton, right? And I talked to William about that. It's just like, no, you have to do this. Mentoring is, you can't be about getting a Ferrari, because if it's that, it's like we are doomed.
Yeah. So much of the tech, industry in general is all about networking and just who you know.
Right.
And I mean, it's part of, because of that maybe perpetuates some of the, the white dominance in corporate America. But if you can get black people in there and they can build that network out, that can help to remedy some of that.
Well, it helps to a point, and I'll defer to William. It helps to a point. It's not just knowing. It's like, I'm always amazed when you're a technical person, so you understand what William's talking about, right? It's like, have you ever come across a black person who has that breadth and depth of knowledge about technology? There's no one. Right, so the fact that he has that, and no one in the industry knows it, that he has this depth, that breadth, on so many platforms, right? It's one thing like when you're doing these interviews about the history of Next. It's just like, okay, you got one developer, one app, and they're one and done, right? With us, you got 3-4 different platforms, going commercial, going international, going with packaged software, and doing it again and again, and nobody knows about it, right? So we toil in silence, but we're also toiling to help others come behind us. So when we get an opportunity to expose someone else, like this is how you do it, it's not only, let me call the 3 people that I know that might be helpful to you. Yes, that's part of mentoring. But another part of mentoring is, okay, how are you going to be cunning, or how are you going to be strategic to be able to get your product into the marketplace because you're late or you're early, and how do you do that? So we actually bring the skill set of what is it like to commercialize something, right? So that's hard, to commercialize a product, to take it from concept to actually ship it.
Yeah. Right. So after Kana, were you doing venture capital for a little bit?
I played around. I played around with it a little bit. I helped a minority company, a woman company. She had a kids one to. No, that's not it. It was Everloop. That was it. We helped Everloop, raise some seed capital, and I talked to some venture people that I had known, and I just couldn't break into it. And I just, so I dabbled in it for a little bit. I raised capital for a couple of seed rounds for some companies, women-led companies, but I wasn't getting traction, and I didn't have anything else to, on the side to do. So I just like, this is not going to go anywhere.
Right.
So yeah, Valencia Ventures, that's what it was called.
Right.
It's a high school we went to.
Oh, okay. So then in 2012, you decided to relaunch Adamation as a 3D printing company. Can you talk about that?
and that was I was after Kana, Mike Field. We sold Kana, and then after we sold it, Mike Field got leukemia. He was diagnosed with leukemia the same day as the day they sold it. So in the morning, it was like this big deal. We closed the deal at 10 o'clock in the morning, I think it was. And then he has a routine exam over at Stanford at noon. At 2, he's diagnosed with leukemia. And 6 that night, they said, you're going to live 1 year.
Oh my God.
That all happened in one day.
Wow.
And so that year, the next year, that his whole year of life, I dedicated myself to taking care of him. So I was, he had done much for me, so I shepherded him through his passing.
Wow.
So then after that, I was really in a deep despair, and William was dabbling in 3D printing, And I would go up, and I was so out of it. I went up to visit him in Washington, and he's telling me all these things about 3D printing. And it was like Adamation all over again. It was really exciting, and he was telling me all this and showing me it. And I said, "Oh yeah, I can do that." And what I liked about 3D printing was it wasn't as much technical stuff. It was, but it had this media component, right? And the thing that I also loved about 3D printing, and still do to this day, is that it's the marriage of digital to the physical world, right? You do all this, digital design, and then you send the file to the printer, and then boop, up comes a product. I loved it. So it suited me well because it's stuff that I could do on my own. I thought up the business plan, and William gave me the seed capital. He was doing well enough to do that, and then I got some friends and family to invest some money, and I started a 3D printing company for a while. So it was fun.
Yeah, and so that lasted until 2018.
Yeah. It lasted 4 years too long.
No, really.
Yeah.
Nah, maybe only 2 years too long.
Yeah, maybe 2 years. William's being generous, but it was just, it was destined to fail from when it started, but I just didn't know how to get out of it because I had already, we had this implosion with Adamation, so I'm like, I can't do another one of these, but, oh well. But I learned a lot through 3D printing, a lot.
So what happened with the market? Why did it not turn out?
Well, 3D printing is turning out. It's just, but we're on the wrong side of it, right? We came at it from the consumer side of it, and the consumer side of it still hasn't really taken. It never got past the hobbyist early adopter phase. But in the industrial phase, 3D printers that's the thing, right? You look at companies like Carbon, in Mountain View, I think they're in. You look at companies like Carbon, they're not going to ball the park. Or you have 3D Systems, you have Stratus, they're doing some pretty fascinating stuff in manufacturing. So 3D printing is transforming manufacturing, but we weren't on the manufacturing side because the cost of entry is so high, right? On the 3D printing side that we're on, a couple $1,000s or $60,000, you're in. On the manufacturing side, it's more like $150,000, and that's just half of the system that you have to buy, and the materials are like crazy expensive. So we took the low-lying entry point and hoping that the consumer market would take off. It didn't. At the high end of the marketplace, where metal is at, aerospace and the automotive industry, 3D printing really has a strong foothold there. And then you have companies like Carbon on the polymer side, and they're doing some great stuff.
Yeah, it was an exploration. I mean, it was an exploration. The market wasn't defined. I mean, everyone and their brother was creating 3D printers. It was looking, Thingiverse, all these designs. It wasn't clear how you could make money, so we tried several different things to do it. It just turns out there just wasn't money to be made.
Right. So would you say that the consumer side of the industry, has it just gone away, or is it just sort of existing at a very low level?
It's existing at the hobby level. Yeah. It's existing at the hobby level.
Yeah, people are buying 3D printers. No one's buying, or at least not in mass volume, the trinkets of 3D printing, right? It's like, and that's what we were trying to sell, was the end product, not the printers themselves, right? So if you look at the Artiful site or you look at the Adamation site, you see figurines and medallions and trinkets and stuff like that. It's like, people aren't buying that, even if it's customized. So we tried lots of different things, like maybe customization, maybe building cartoon characters. If it was much more heavily, if we had spent more millions of dollars on it rather than hundreds of thousands of dollars, we may have been able to turn it into something like, we need a video game, and these are just the characters from the video game. You had to create a whole ecosystem. But we didn't invest that far into it, so we ended up with just an albatross. It's like, you just can't make it work, right?
Right. So wait, so Adamation 2.0 was, you guys got back together as a partnership again, or?
No, not exactly. I mean, I was primarily an investor and perhaps a technical leader, because I was the one who was into 3D printing. So, but mostly it was Stephen doing all the work, mostly on his own.
So, and what was good about that was that it was technical. So actually, what was positive about the whole 3D printing experience is that I had always kind of deferred to William on technical things, and it's like, I don't know about this or that about technical. But when you have these, we weren't in the FDM part of 3D printing, the plastic stuff. We're in the powder 3D printing. And powder 3D printing is a total different kettle of fish. And it's very expensive, but what you can do with it is pretty wild. But these machines are very temperamental, and we didn't have enough. We had hundreds of thousands invested in it, but we didn't have millions. So, these powder machines, it was like $5,000 for a service call. So I had to learn how to manage and troubleshoot these machines myself. I became good at taking a 3D Systems powder printer apart to the bare bones, rebuilding it to get it to work again. And I would never have thought in my wildest dreams I'd be able to do something like that. So for me, it brought my confidence back, because I had lost so much confidence over those years. That it's like, I can do this. And the business, I couldn't make the business work. I was toiling in it by myself. But even though I was in it by myself, I did learn a lot, and it regained my confidence, and it then got me thinking again about what's the next emerging markets. So it's been very fruitful for me from that perspective.
Okay. Well, let's talk about what you've been doing since then, and why you moved to the Virgin Islands.
So Mike, going back to Mike Fields again. So Mike Fields and I had started a venture a ways back called Crucian Global. And Crucian Global was a company that we came out to, he has family in the Virgin Islands, and our mother had lived in the Virgin Islands. And the United States Virgin Islands is a very unique place in that it's a U.S. territory, but it has tax incentives that nowhere else in the United States. So you can basically, works like the Cayman Islands, but it's under U.S. flag. And on the island of St. Croix, the one that I live on, it has the largest concentration of bandwidth and second largest concentration of bandwidth in the Northern Hemisphere.
Whoa,
so from that perspective, it's like you got all this bandwidth coming in here. We wanted to build data centers on top of it, take advantage of the tax credits and blah, 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 blah. And we even talked to Apple about this stuff, but we never really got traction with that. But to speed up to now, there was a change in administration here, and there's the local fiber optic network that the federal government had put like $100 million to build out fiber to be able to try to close the digital divide in the Caribbean or in the territory. So they needed a new CEO. I happened to know someone that knew the governor. Just like, I want that job. And I came to him and told him the vision of what I have for the Virgin Islands. And so my first duty is to make sure that the fiber optic network is running, and we don't sell to end customers, we sell to ISPs. So the ISPs are our customers. And so I'm learning about fiber optic networks. But my vision is to be able to expand the fiber optic network to Africa and connect Africa to the United States.
Wow.
And that's what I'm doing. So, William and I, and when William talks about Leap, it'll be funny because we started together, we kind of went off on this divergent path, and now we're coming back together again. because the types of things that he wants to do and what I want to do is actually on the very same trajectory now. But now we're much wiser and have much different networks than we had before. So my vision is to be able to run a fiber optic cable from Ghana and Nigeria and Ghana to the United States Virgin Islands and then to the mainland, and then be able to connect the continents. Right now, if you're going to get out of Africa, you either have to go north to France or the UK and Portugal over to New York, or you go south to South Africa, and then you come across at Venezuela or Brazil, and then come up to the Americas. But there's no direct connection, and the U.S. Virgin Islands is the most logical way of doing that connection. So I'm now taking all my skill sets, and they're all kind of coming to a head now to be able to do that. So there's geopolitical issues involved here, which goes to my White House days, right? Conference on White House small business. It also is a lot of technology, which I'm not afraid of, even though it's a new platform. It's just a new platform, and I don't think this platform is going to crash. So I think we're going to be okay on that side, right? And then there's, it's about how you drive technical teams, and I know how to do that. So all the skills that I've learned over the years now come together, and raising money, right? To build this fiber optic network is it's north of $300 million. And people here are like, oh my God, that's $300 million. It's like, that's nothing, man. There's kids coming out of Stanford that are raising half of that for a startup for an app. So it's not, the things that are daunting to some people are not to me, because I've been exposed to this world. And it's going to take someone with my type of skill set to be able to make something like this happen.
So the website for the 3D printing, so how is that still up?
Somebody's paying some bill.
I'm paying it. I pay it. Okay. I pay to keep it up just so I can tell people that yes, I was in 3D printing and they can see proof of it. So don't try to order anything. You won't come. It won't come. I don't want you to cuss me out.
Okay. So the website exists, but you can't actually order anything. Okay.
No, but so what's interesting about the website, and going back to the William and I's philosophy about development, is we even developed a shopping cart. So not only did we code all that, but when you go through the site, but we actually even coded the shopping cart from scratch, and I used some Russian developers to do it. So let me see.
What site are you looking for?
My keepsake.
Oh.
Because I'm paying for it. I'm wondering if it's still. I forgot if it was it.
Could you tell us the URL again?
For my keepsake? Mm-hmm. It's I thought it was my keepsake.xyz, but
So is that's a different one than the other one that you mentioned?
Yeah, we had 3 sites. There was Adamation, so we kept the regular Adamation site, and yeah, okay, so that one works too. So the Adamation site, those are the characters. I had these, going back to media. Man, this site is so cool.
Makes me want to buy something.
God dang. So this was the first thing we developed, were these characters. So if you go to adamation.com, all those are 3D printed characters. So if you go on shop, and then you pick one of the characters, and then it shows you what the poses are. So it's the customization. And then and then from here, I decided to go to Artifold, because I like the art stuff. And so on the artifold.net site, that site, you get to buy, different things that are 3D printed. And then we had this one called My Keepsake. And My Keepsake was kind of a melding of both of them. And it was a place where you could buy a trinket and then have a photo custom printed on it, because the printers that we were using were full color printers, so they could print images. So we put images on Christmas ornaments that you upload your image and then it 3D printed. Not too different than Mediopolis, where you take any image, right? And there's lots of sites that do this, but there are sites where you would do that on, you buy some, 1,000 products from China and they're all the same, and then you can put your label or whatever you want on your logo. But this was a 3D printed thing, so you get to choose the object and then you upload your image, and then it prints all of it into one. But that site's not running for some reason. That site's really cool. And then, I got licensing deals with the Boy Scouts, with the Army, with the Navy. So we had some real good licensing customers, right? And the idea was to sell these trinkets to the licensing community. So Army, you buy an Army tag, and then we would sell it to that community because we had a license. So that's the 3D printing stuff.
Oh, cool. Okay. So William, should we come back to you?
Yep.
So
Fire away.
You joined Microsoft in '98, correct?
Yep.
So what was it like going to Microsoft from, before you'd been kind of a diehard Mac, Next, B, Taligent, any platform?
Anything but Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't even think I had a Windows machine. I had Linux boxes and B boxes and all the rest. So I didn't really know my way around the Windows stuff at all. But desperate times call for desperate measures. So I had this friend, Chris Lovett, who I had met at Taligent. And, we hit it off as friends, and he was impressed with me as a developer. So he had gone off and done his own company after the whole Taligent thing. And his company got acqui-hired into Microsoft. And he was working on this thing called XML. So that's the backdrop. Now, I was at B Incorporated doing the thing. And I actually left B because there was an incident that happened that I was just like, oh, no, I'm not sticking around here. Oh. So I left. So I was kind of sitting around, looking for a job.
Was it a racial incident, or was it?
I don't want to call it racial, but it was certainly very uncomfortable, where someone was saying some violent things about me, and there was one guy, I forget his name, but there was this guy. He was clearly mentally unstable. He would get really furious at things, and he had to keep a little calming things in his office, and he had an axe in his office, and then he said some stuff on an internal online forum about me, violence against me, and I was like, no. So I was like, I'm out of here. So I left. So then I was casting about in the Valley, did a couple of interviews with a couple of companies.
Did you ever think about going to Apple?
Not really.
Huh.
I mean,
this was after the acquisition, right? So you could have gone back to work on OS 10 or something.
No, it was, okay. Next got acquired by Apple, but B was out in the wilderness, right? We actually had at B a conversation around the acquisitions, because they were considering buying B.
Right.
And they were considering buying Apple. I mean, Next. And Jean-Louis actually asked me what I thought, the odds were and blah, blah, blah. And I said, they're probably going to go with next because, it's a Steve thing. So we lost.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was downhill. So it's like,
right.
So anyway, I was... Oh, go ahead.
You mentioned... So what was your relationship with Jean-Louis Gasset?
I was an employee, I mean, it's not like we were buds and we hung out and drank beers, but I was an employee. I knew him. He knew me. It was just a regular relationship in a small company, right? Mm-hmm. So him and I met Steve Sackelman at that time.
Oh, cool.
Hardware dude. Eric Ringwald, who was the head of engineering. A few other people, none of whom I really keep in contact with today, but it was fun. Shall I go on?
Yeah, good.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I got this, somehow, I think Chris just sent me an email saying, hey, what are you doing? I said, I so happen to be looking for a job. And he said, hey, we're doing this XML thing. Maybe you want to come up and check it out, So I did. And I went up and interviewed. And I think I talked to 7 different people in a day. It was a pretty intense day. And they clearly wanted me, and they were just trying to figure out, well, are you a dev or are you a PM? PM is program manager, or project manager. And dev is, writing code. And I think I said, well, I think I'm more of a dev, and they said, well, we think you're more of a PM. So I came in as a dev. And the first thing I worked on, so it was in that XML team. And the first thing I worked on was the XSLT parser. And I think the first thing that happened was there was some floating point bug that I had to debug, So here I am, relatively new to Windows, never used the WinDBG, Windows debugger, and there's this floating point error. And I'm like, oh, okay, and somehow I figured it out. And then the next thing I did was I contributed some code. I sped up the parsing by like 20% by changing the size of a buffer. It's like, oh, well, your I/O is too small here. It needs to be 4K instead of 1K, and suddenly it just got faster. So I did various little things like that, and this was the birthing of XML, right? And we were putting it into IE 3 or 4. It was the first place that it showed up. So I'm new to Microsoft, new to being in a big corporation, all that sort of stuff. But pretty soon, and we shipped, and we had a Jean-Louis Gasset, who was one of the original authors of the XML spec, was our manager. And
Gasset?
Yeah. You know that name? Not Jean-Louis Gasset, sorry. What is his name? It's not Jean-Louis Gasset. I'll find his name. Just look on the XML spec and we'll
Yeah.
His name, Jean. He's a French guy, so Jean-Paul, sorry.
Okay.
So the original authors on the XML spec were Tim Bray, Jean-Paul, Siems Sperberg McQueen, Yves Mailer, and Francois Yegual. So he was our boss, and he was quite the slave driver. I mean, he was like, we cannot stop, we cannot have weekends, I will bring you dinner, Okay. And the team all kind of, at the end of shipping, we kind of mutinied. It's like we were reorged, and he was going off to create this thing called NetDocs, and he's like, are you with me? And we all went, no, we're staying over here. So at that time, I became the manager because I stood up. It's like I was a former head of my own engineering, right? Mm-hmm. So I stood up. It's like, I know how to lead people, and you don't lead them like that. Mm-hmm. So this was the beginning of me getting a set of peers that they're like, okay, we want to follow you, So that's how I came into Microsoft. Within a year, I was a dev manager.
Mm-hmm. And then at some point you moved to India for 3 years.
Oh, hold on. Before we go to India, let
Okay.
me tell you what I did for the next 5.
Okay, good.
Before that. So I became this dev manager, and Rolling Stone collects, no moss, but we picked up things like the data access framework. So I owned, these are ancient technologies. So ADO, OLADB, ODBC, this is all our data access stuff.
So this was all related to, they grew out of the XML work, or was
Well,
it?
we merged some teams together.
Okay.
It's like, oh, here's this XML. At this point, we were part of SQL Server, or at least we're under the SQL Server management. So they got this XML thing, and then they say, well, we've got this data access stuff. Well, why don't you manage that? Right? So I managed all of that stuff. I managed the group that created this SOAP spec and toolkit. And then eventually, my mission with XML and data was, I want to make it so ubiquitous that it just sinks into the woodwork, just like ASCII, right? Like, you probably don't have any conversations these days about the nuances of ASCII.
Yeah.
Right? It's just there. And so I wanted to do that for XML and data. Because it's obvious. Everybody uses data. I mean, I always had this mantra that the whole world is a database. So, and XML at that time was a thing, So I was given latitude to create this this group, and I was able to pick like my top 5 people out of all. I had at that time like 64 engineers that I managed, and I was allowed to take my top 5 and go off and do whatever I thought was useful. The only caveat my boss at the time, Dave Reed, gave me was, do something that Java can't do easily. Right? So this is 2004, let's say. Okay. So we brainstormed for a lot of stuff. We threw up a whole bunch of stuff on the whiteboard, tried few things, and we came up with this thing called language integrated query. And it essentially, you can go look it up. It's system.linq. It's part of the .NET frameworks these days. So it takes all the query stuff that you find in SQL, and it just bakes it into the language. So we have select and for and where and sort and all that sort of stuff. It's just now part of the language. It is expressed as Lambda expressions. But we introduced things like nullable types, right? Which didn't exist before then. So you need nullable types if you're going to do SQL queries, right? You need to be able to distinguish between the value 0 and the value null, right? So we did all that. So I spent about 1.5 years on that. We generated a whole bunch of patents. And we worked with Anders Hallsberg, who is the original author of C# language and TypeScript and Turbo C and all the rest, Delphi, So we worked on all this stuff, and from conception to actual deployment in product took about 7 years.
Wow.
I wasn't there for all 7 of those years. I was there until 2005. 2005, right. So at 2005, so this is your question about going to India. So in 2005, I had a choice to make. And
Actually, before we go to that, I thought XML was like an open standard. I didn't know that Microsoft was such a heavy driver of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now you have to understand how you work with standards, right? It's like, there's a standard, but you use standards. Standards are a strategic weapon, right? It's not just this thing that's for the good of humanity. It's how you slow up or speed down. So when you look at HTML, for example, we were getting our clocks wiped by Netscape. So what do? We say, hey, the standard's really important. We should become standards compliant. So that stalls them, because the standards compliant, what do you mean? Yeah, all this stuff over here, this is really important, right? So with XML, there's a pure value thing. It's like, XML is valuable. But how do I slow down my competitors? Well, I control the standard as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things we did was we provided the biggest suite of XSLT tests to the standards committee. It's like, yeah, standards really important. Here you go. Here's 2,000 tests or more for XSLT. Well, that forces everyone to be conformant to that set of tests. And we so happen to have the compiler that's 100% compliant with that, right? XQuery is another standard that everybody, we and IBM went back and forth on this one for years, you know, and no one actually uses XQuery. But it was something that we used to either speed up or slow down each other, right? Based on our implementations of stuff. So yeah, it's an open standard, but the standard is used as a tool primarily in a competitive way. And you still see this today with HTML, right? HTML is Chrome. And you know this because we finally gave up our own browser to use a Chrome-based browser, right? Chromium-based browser, because the standard is Google. They won, right? We lost. So now everything's Chromium. So yeah, that's kind of a sidetrack, but the standard is like, yeah, it's a standard, but let's not kid ourselves. It's like, it's a tool.
Right.
So yeah, it was all standards and standards compliant, and we were the most compliant, of course, because we gave all the tests. So there you go.
Right.
But still had this desire to bake it into the language such that anyone, and you can see this today, as soon as you start up any C# app, almost by default, you get system.xml and system.data to this day,
Right.
20 years later, right?
Meaning, so by language, you meaning C#, meaning Microsoft's language.
Well, yeah, but it's actually
Or the .NET
CLR.
framework.
It's the .NET framework, so it's baked into the CLR itself. So yeah, it's surfaced through C# in a certain way, and it surfaces through VB a certain way.
Okay.
Right? But it's baked into the CLR itself. The fact that you have nullable types, lambda expressions, the query support, all that is baked into the CLR. So any language can use it. Right?
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I did with XML. And then I got to a point where it's like, okay, that's done. Now, one thing about Microsoft is there's constant reorgs. just went through one. And this was one of those times where it's like, all right, I no longer have my big engineering team. Things are going a certain way. I'm not the favored son for the way things are going. What am I going to do? Right? And the choice I had to make was like, well, try to keep pursuing the dev manager sort of path or do something completely different. And at that time, and this is, we had just gone through our first internet scale security issues. So things like code red, you know, which you can look it up, how bad that was. It cost us $1 billion. Slammer, just all these things where we were waking up to the fact that we can't just write software and throw it out the door. We now needed to have standards of engineering, right? We had to have better practices, repeatable practices, security. So we taught ourselves, we were beginning to teach ourselves threat modeling, writing unit tests. It's like, what do you mean? Of course you write. It's like, well, back then we didn't. So all these things, and I thought, okay, I'm a pretty smart guy. I should be, in the future, I might want to be a teacher, right? Once I retire. So why don't I get into teaching engineers how to be better engineers, right? So I zigged instead of zagged. I got into this group called Engineering Excellence. And the whole point of that group was to teach our engineering, well, not just engineers, but everybody, how to do our jobs better, right? And I taught everything from new to role, like new engineers, fresh out of college, what their job was, how to do design, how to work in a team, all that sort of stuff. All the way up through architects, like what is your job? You know, what do you do? How do you interact with a team? What value do you have? Stuff like that. So I started that journey in Redmond. and I taught for a year and developed curriculum and stuff like that. And then this opportunity came because we were starting engineering excellence in China and India. So I went to both. I went to China, I went to Beijing. I talked with people. I was like, okay, this is interesting. And I went to India, did the same, heard from a few people like what they really wanted to do there to improve their engineering. And I came back and I was like, all right, I want to go to China. I'm going to go live in China for a while and set up engineering excellence. But the India group said, we really want you to come here. So, it's kind of a toss-up. I'm 40-ish. Yeah, 40, 41. And midlife, just went through a divorce, so it's like, all right, I'm up for anything. So off to India I went. And I literally went there with a backpack and that's it. Like I left all my stuff at home, gave away all my books, sold off all my woodworking equipment. Wow. I literally went to India with nothing more than a backpack, and a computer maybe. No, I didn't even have that. I got a new one. So that was my, you could call it midlife crisis, whatever, but this was my, all right, I'm here, I'm naked, let's remake myself anew, right? It's literally that. So I went off to India. And I spent roughly 3 years building up engineering excellence. So I created, again, curriculum. I built classrooms, physical classrooms with remote cameras and desks and computers everywhere and a rack of machines in the back room and, all this stuff. I did this twice. And then I started teaching. And 1 year into it, I was asked to solve this problem of we have 300 engineers coming from college every summer. And at the time, we had less than 1,000 employees there already. So the new hires outnumber, certainly the number of managers you have that can handle them. So I had to come up with a clever program for dealing with all our new hires. And the college hires are like 90% of what you hire. So it's most of your new hires. So I created a program called the LEAP Engineering Acceleration Program. This was the first incarnation of LEAP.
Okay, so that started there.
Yes. Now, the later one is different, but this is where it started. So I created this program and I basically said, all right, the program is basically your first 5 weeks on the job, you're going to be with me. And we took them in batches of about 100, 120 at a time. And we broke them up into groups of 6 or 7. And I would just teach them everything they needed to know in 5 weeks. From, mind you, these are college students. They don't even know how to do source repositories, right? Because they hadn't done that in college. They just sent emails to each other or whatever. C# was not a language they learned in college. Visual Studio was like, no, we know Java. We know the Eclipse IDE. We know Linux. So they don't know Windows. They don't know C#. They don't know Visual Studio. So I had to teach them all of that and teach them how to file a bug, how to give a presentation, everything, right? How to sit in a meeting, how to speak for yourself. And we did it in such a way that we created a community for them. So because one of the problems we had from exit interviews before we did all this was people would leave within a year because they'd get in, it's, thrown in the deep end. They don't have any friends. They flounder. Wipro or Satyam or Tata Consultancy comes along and says, hey, we'll give you 15% pay raise. Why don't you just get out of there? And off they went. So we were hemorrhaging people like crazy because of that. So that's why we partly decided to do this, to give them more of a grounding, right? So that they're on solid footing, so they'll stick around. So we did this, and after the first one, it's like, yep, people are happy, they're sticking around. They go 5 weeks with me, and then they go into their actual team, right? So we did this, cohort after cohort after cohort. So over 3 years, there's about 1,000 people who went through that program. And they came to me first, right? I was their first manager essentially for 5 weeks. And
and it succeeded. So after a couple of years, you didn't find people leaving.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason people left was like, oh, I'm getting married, I got to move away, or oh, I'm going to go back to grad school or stuff like that. But not like the revolving door we had before, where they were just like, oh, they're offering me 15%. I don't know anyone here anyway, so I'm out of here, right? So that's how I ended up in India. So I lived in Hyderabad, rented a house. That's why I met my second wife, my current wife. And yeah, so I lived in India.
So your current wife is Indian?
She is.
Oh, okay, cool.
My first wife was Indian.
Oh, really?
I think it was all that reading of the Indian text when I was younger that put some bug in me. That's like, I think I'm Indian, maybe.
But you met your first wife in the States, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her origin she was from Goa, which is a one state in India, and my current wife was from Hyderabad.
Okay. So then you talk about like coming back.
Yeah.
How did you transition back?
Yeah, by the skin of my teeth. So coming back was interesting. So I got married. My daughter from my first marriage was actually with me in India, and she stuck it out for a year, and then she came back. And then now I was coming back because like, oh, she's hitting high school now. I want to be around. And this was a time when we were hitting the recession, right? 2008, 2009. And Microsoft was actually going through a hiring freeze. So it's by the skin of my teeth that I was able to come back and land a job working in this this group that was creating some services, which I'll get to. But I barely made it under the door as it was slamming down. Wow. Otherwise, I could have been stuck in India or fired or whatever, So I came back. It was quite a transition because India, living in India, it's a culture shift, right? I mean, I was in India for 3 years. So getting used to simple things like, wow, there's a lot of street lights here. There's stop signs and things that people obey. And it's other interesting things like you go to the supermarket, go to Safeway, right? Or whatever your big store is. And you walk down the aisle, and the aisles are like 10 feet apart, and they're chock full from floor to 10 feet up of stuff, and there's choices galore, and it's just overwhelming. In India, it's like, okay, the aisles are barely narrow enough for you to walk through. Your choices of milk is like there's one brand. It's just different. So I actually experienced culture shock coming back here.
Wow.
Everything from just how you drive on the street to how few people you ever see when you're walking around. You feel like you're in a ghost town when you're walking around in the US. You never feel like that in India. Just how lonely it is. And then just how expensive everything was. It's like, I've been using rupees all this time. So I come back and it's like, okay, let's go to lunch. $25? It's like, what that can't be good. And then there's the recession, right? We're in the middle of it. I mean, luckily I was at Microsoft because, people got fired. I wasn't one of them. And we even got merit in pay raises in some cases. So it's like, I picked the right horse for a recession. So that was all. That's how it was coming back. It was disorienting, and it took me a while to figure out what my job was. But I took on this thing called ACS and this other thing called Service Bus, and these turned out to be the first services on Azure. Azure wasn't Azure yet. Azure was this other thing, and it was becoming Azure, but it wasn't anything yet, and it was almost disappeared. But anyway, my engineering team was doing the ACS was the access control system. We now call it AAD, Azure Active Directory. So the whole control plane of like how you log in, how you authenticate yourself and all that, that's what AAD is.
Mm-hmm.
And then Service Bus was just an early version of this low-level communications stuff that connects, nodes together. So those were the first 2 services on Azure. And then now Azure is what it is.
Yeah. So you got on that train early as well.
Yeah, the Azure train.
Yeah, the Azure train.
Yeah, and it hasn't crashed and burned yet.
Right. It's doing very well now.
It's doing all right. Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Are you gonna tell your the sad but true Xbox?
No,
story?
I'm not going to tell the Xbox story, Mr. Adams.
I know
That's
you're
ancient. That's ancient history. No one cares about that.
I'd like to hear it, but I mean, it's okay.
So moving right along. No, so okay. So here's the story. So back when I joined '98. Okay, so shipped the XML thing. I met this guy who was actually our GM. His name was Jay Allard, and he was quite the maverick at Microsoft, quite the entrepreneur, and the powers that be had decided we were going to get into gaming, right? So we're going to do this thing called Xbox, right? And as Jay Allard's leaving to do that, he kind of comes by me because, for whatever reason, he got impressed with me, being new to that team and jumping into leadership as quickly as I did and all that. So on his way out, he's headed off to a sabbatical or whatever before he starts this Xbox thing. He comes and says, hey, I'm going to be doing this thing. What do you think? And I gave him some early technical advice on, the OS should be this, and your first graphics chip should be this NVIDIA thing, and blah, 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 blah. And he goes, that's all great. I'm forming this team. Do you want to be part of it? And I said, well, I think I should stay with my current team because I'm kind of loyal to these SQL guys, Paul Flessner, who was the VP at the time. And then that was it. It's like, okay, well, I guess you're not on the train. So he wanted me to come and be the head of the engineering for Xbox.
Wow.
And it's like, oops. There goes Nathan Mervold again.
2.0.
Yeah, Nathan Mervold 2.0. So, but
So is Silicon Valley meritocracy? Yes, if you know how to pay attention to the
if you pay attention to the signs and don't be foolish. But I mean, the Lord works in mysterious ways. If I had gone that route, I would have been a something. Again, it would be a different thing. I didn't. I went through various things. I ended up ultimately joining Engineering Excellence, doing that whole system.link thing. If I had not done what I had done, we wouldn't actually have system.link, and it has been transformative for the Microsoft ecosystem, at least. I wouldn't have met my wife. I wouldn't have gone to India. I wouldn't. So who knows, right?
Yeah, right.
I would probably be a VP. All my peers at that time are now running the company. I'm not. I'm working for one of my peers from that time. But here we are, right? It's like I still get paid. So I'm not crying too much. So yeah, that's the Xbox thing. It's like, I didn't do the Xbox thing. I went to India instead, ultimately.
Right.
The reason why I wanted William to tell that story, he doesn't like telling it. The reason why I wanted him to tell it is because it's historic from the standpoint of what we've done in the past, right? Identifying new platforms and jump on it. But here's a new platform.
And I didn't jump on it.
Right.
And it's probably good I didn't, because if I did, it would have gone down the tubes. History has shown. History has shown. So the company has to thank me for not going in the Xbox.
So you just mentioned that you advised CTO Kevin Scott. So how did that?
Oh, that's way later. That's
okay. Well, maybe Well, maybe let's go.
Do you want to do chronology, or I can
let's
jump
do
into that?
No, let's do chronological.
I mean, I kind of did it. So, okay, I did the XML thing. I built a large team. We did lots of stuff. I eventually went off to India, did the engineering excellence thing. That's the engineering excellence thing is pivotal in my personal growth, because it's the first time I step back and say it's not all about it's not all about writing code yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all about the money, because I'm essentially walking away from the corporate vice president route, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about people. This is the first time I'm saying to myself, I care about people, right? And developing people. Before that, it was more about code. Now, at this point, midlife crisis, introspection, what's my legacy? Okay, I care about people, right?
Yeah.
I come back, I do some more tech. We bopped around a couple of orgs. I maintained my people for a while. We merged into a bigger team, and I find myself in a position to say, all right, well, what's next? Next, get it? Because anyway, so here I am sitting at I have just taken that whole Azure Active Directory thing. It's now been taken over by a larger group. I'm kind of sitting on the edge looking in again. And I joined up with I had a friend, John Shuchek, and he was doing some wild and crazy stuff. So I teamed up with him to do remote desktop on iPad is the best way of saying it. Because at the time we were trying to figure out, how are we going to make money? Look, everyone's getting these stupid tablets, right? These iPads, and they want to run their Microsoft software on there, but they don't have a license for that. How can we get $5 per iPad, right? For every office worker who wants to bring their iPad to work, right? So the answer was run them on remote desktop on the iPad. And then we can justify going to the corporation and saying, you should pay us $5 per person for a license to extend your desktop to the iPad, right? Now, just keep in mind, remote desktop didn't exist on the iPad. This was 2000 whatever, whenever the iPad came out, a year after that.
Yeah, okay. 2011.
So 2011, there was no remote desktop apps for the iPad. So I created one of those with another guy, and it worked out and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, see, we can do this. We ended up not doing it because the market kind of changed, and remote desktop is now a thing you can get pretty easily anyway. But that's what I did at that time. And then with that, John went off and did something else. And I landed in another team where I met this guy, Girish Bablani, who plays later in the later Leap story. And I did this another startup project, which I called NSA in a Box. And it was basically, solving there's a challenge you have as you're bringing more and more of your own personal devices to work, is that any corporation is losing control of the control point of their own data, right? The boundary used to be the corporate network.
Yeah.
Once you've got your phones and you're walking around doing your email at a cafe, you no longer have that, right? So we were creating an application that allowed you to essentially not hijack, but get in on all of the network traffic coming in and out of a machine, your laptop, and logging, transactions. Like, okay, they downloaded this file. Here's packets that went by. And I'm not tracking actual content of emails, for example, but I'm tracking if you sent an attachment on an email and it's a private file that shouldn't be going out, I can figure that out, right? So I call it NSA in the Box because it's pretty sneaky shit, right? I mean, it gave me a new appreciation of how totally vulnerable we all are. You have no security whatsoever. I mean, that's the bottom line, That's what I learned. And I did things like I implemented a TLS. TLS is a low-level network protocol, right? This is what secures the net. So I wrote a TLS implementation that allowed me to perform a man-in-the-middle of an attack on any network connections. And it's like, yep, yeah, this is some nasty shit. Okay, I'm done. Right? Next. So that's what I did all the way up to a certain point.
So you wrote that to see if it was possible?
No, this was actually my job. I actually had a job to do this, and we were actually creating product, and it was complete with you as a company could come buy this thing, set it up, install this little thing on all of your devices, and get a whole dashboard seeing all the stuff your people were doing. Particularly, you could even find like unlicensed software, for example. And that's the way you could sell it to yourself, is to say, well, I just want to see if I'm in compliance with my licenses. So it was pretty nasty stuff, but we didn't do it. We stepped away from the cliff. But that was my job, and that's how I learned really deep about networking protocols.
Yeah. I mean, so it's essentially kind of like corporate spyware on your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was developing corporate spyware, but we didn't ship it.
Okay.
You didn't ship it. Okay, Mr. Adams, but you did it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you? Are you sure it didn't ship?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But once the cat's out of the bag, it's like, oh, is that how you do it? It's like, oh yeah. So anyway, that's what I did. Then what? So you wanted to jump ahead to the CTO
Oh no,
thing,
I didn't.
right?
Not necessarily.
Well, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Okay.
We're only 2 steps away. So
there's also this. You did something in Kenya.
Yeah. So let me do the chronology. So I did the whole spyware thing, and then it's like, all right, let me take a bath. So then I jumped off to this other group, Linux on Azure.
Oh.
This is more wholesome, right? It's like, okay, Linux. Now you're talking, brother. So, and at that point, Linux was still a bad word in our company. It wasn't quite the way it is today.
Was this after Satya Nadella took over, or was it still
right before that? Right before.
Okay.
Yeah. It was probably about a year before he took over.
Okay.
So Linux on Azure was a group that was just there to promote Linux on Azure. That was the initial thing, and to help teams get on Linux, if that's what they wanted to do. But it was also about helping people understand that open source was the way to go. Right? It's like, look, y'all, see that thing called Docker over there? We got to do it.
Yeah.
See that other thing called Kubernetes? Yeah, we got to do that too.
Was that a tough sell? I mean, given the Microsoft
The market
culture?
decided us for us. I mean, you keep in mind that Steve Ballmer, and he's on his way out now, right? Steve Ballmer is like, Linux is a scourge. Let's sue the hell out of everybody. You're unpatriotic if you believe in Linux. Slap that Linux laptop out of your hands.
Yeah.
He was that guy. Satya was way more enlightened, and the market was way more enlightened. The market's like, yeah, whatever. Do you have Linux or not? No? Hey, AWS, what's up? Right?
Right.
You can pose all you want, but when the market says, I want Linux, you either get it or you don't make money.
Right.
Right? So there was a lot of transformation going on at this time in terms of our revenue models and everything. Satya came, so we existed before Satya. Then Satya comes in, and the most important thing he first did was to say, you got to get the numbers, but how we get the numbers is important. So he begins cultural change.
So there's the whole Linux thing, and we exist there, and then Satya comes in, and he changes the culture, and as our sales are starting to pick up, it's like, people want Linux VMs. Okay. Linux on Azure, so we had SQL Server, for example. and there's some very smart engineers went, we're going to get SQL Server on Linux, but we're not going to port it per se. What we're going to do is, to get it bootstrapped quickly, we're going to take the Windows runtime libraries, package it up in such a way that we can run Windows apps on Linux.
Oh, wow.
That's how SQL
So
Server.
kind of like wine.
Yeah, but even better, because we had this technology within that Microsoft Research had created, which we essentially trap all the low-level system calls. And there's only like 43 that you have to care about. They have to do with memory management primarily and process creation and stuff like that. So we trap all those calls, we ship the libraries with it, and so the guys had to create a kind of a little host app that knows how to read a PE file and execute in the Linux environment. So we did all that, and that's how SQL Server landed on Linux quickly. I mean, it was it was with less than a year that the guys did that thing, and there it is. And then that shows the rest of the companies like, oh, okay. And then we start using things like Kubernetes, like we hire Brandon, what's his name, Mr. Kubernetes, and a whole bunch of other Linux-friendly people. And so now internally, you've got people who are like, yeah, Linux. Linux is probably at this point more than 30% of our overall usage, if not more, if not 50%, whatever we report publicly. But it became significant. So then it's like, all right, we obviously can't just be a Windows shop anymore, right? And now you see in Windows Windows is one of the best environments for doing Linux development because we have this Linux subsystem within Windows itself, right? So we are Linux at this point. And the differentiators, like, well, no, we still have our graphics environment. It's like, yeah, whatever. You know, at the end of the day, what matters is Node.js, Nginx, Kubernetes, Docker, all those frameworks. And all those frameworks are platform agnostic. They don't care, right? They don't care what the OS is. It works either way. So since we've lifted everything up to be those things, suddenly the OS itself really doesn't matter. There's no performance difference, right? So yeah, that was my journey on all that stuff. While I was doing all that, being the restless soul that I am, I went to my VP.
Your daughter's sticking her tongue out in the interview.
Yeah, that's what working at home gets you. So while we were doing all that, I went to my CVP. His name is Girish Bablani. He now heads Azure Compute, Storage, and Network. He's Mr. Azure now. At that time, it was only Azure Compute that he had. And I said, what's one of your big business challenges, right? And he said, well, there's this whole diversity thing, hiring diverse talent. Why don't you go figure that out? So I went, oh, okay. So I ran around the company, and there's a video on this, one of those links I sent you. And I was just looking for well, what are we doing? What are our diverse talent hiring projects? And it turns out there wasn't much, actually. This is 2015. We were spending, like a lot of companies, we were spending a lot of money on diversity, but it was all feel-good checkbox pipeline-ish sort of stuff, right? Like, oh, let's do K through 12 programs, and but then it's like, well, forget all of that. How about just hiring people, right? What are we doing to actually hire people? And it's like nothing. So I went, all right, well, where are the people? Where are these women and underrepresented minorities? They're clearly not at the top 15 schools. We already got all of the ones that we were going to get from that. So where else are they? And it turns out there's a whole wealth of people out in the market that have STEM degrees, maybe even have CS degrees, like returning moms. right? It's like they had a CS degree. They were in the thing. They stopped to raise the family. They now have no path back in because no one will look at their resume. It's like 7 years, no thanks, and then we just move on. The whole industry does this, right?
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, where are these people? They're at coding academies, right? And at that time, I had never actually heard of coding academies, but then I stumbled upon them because I saw some news article. It's like, oh, well, look, this coding academy is nothing but women. And this coding academy is 50% blacks. And that one's all Hispanic. And, that's where the people are. They're not going back and getting a 4-year degree. They've already got a degree. They're just switching careers and all, and they're funneling through coding academies. So we put together this program called LEAP. It wasn't called LEAP at the time. It was called, what was it called? Engineering Explorers or something like that. Anyway, I put together this program. I said, okay, what they need is an apprenticeship. They need a 16-week thing where they can, the engineering managers can kind of kick the tires, see that the talent's actually good, see them in action. So the first 5 weeks of that program, and this is familiar, was about training them how to be engineers at Microsoft, right? This is what I borrowed from India, what I had done in India. And I did that because I thought, well, any group of people that come in, any minority group, whether it be fresh college hires coming into a majority seasoned group, or women or minorities or whatever, any group is going to have the same feelings of loneliness. They need to be brought up to speed on the tool set of the environment. That's all the same. So I created this thing, and we later recalled it LEAP. Engineering Explorers is what it was called. And so we started with a group of 8 ladies, and the powers that be said we only hired 2 out of that first 8. But they believed it was like, oh, this is good enough, try again, right? So then we did another cohort, and that one had like 20 people in it. And then another cohort, and we just kept going. And did that for a few cohorts. And after the first cohort, I told my manager, who was not Girish, it was someone else, I'm going to do this full time because I can't do that and my day job. It's too much. So this is me jumping off, right? And he told me, my manager told me at the time, was like, well, you realize you're no longer an engineer if you do this. It's like, really? I've been programming for 30 years. Why am I suddenly not an engineer? And by the way, when's the last time you checked in any code, right? I mean, it's like, it was just silly. It's like, all right, I get it. Nobody understands what it means to do this kind of thing from an engineering role, but it's needed. So I started that. And we got 2 or 3 cohorts in. It's like, okay, seems like it's going good. It was pretty much self-funded, meaning I didn't have a budget. I went to the engineering teams, they paid for it all. So it's like, look, it's going to cost you this much per person. And they're like, yep, okay, we're in. I'm in for 5. Here's your money. So we actually had enough money to have a surplus. And this will get to the Kenya thing. We had enough money to run the program and some discretionary income to do other stuff, right? Innovative things. So while I was doing all that, I got an email from someone saying, hey, would you like to join the office of the CTO? And I was like, huh? Do we even have a CTO? Because we didn't have a CTO for years. The last one was probably Ray Ozzie or someone like that. And it's like, Microsoft doesn't really need a CTO, and we usually didn't have one. So we had bought LinkedIn, and Kevin Scott, who was their head of engineering, became our CTO. And so this was his office, essentially calling me to see if I wanted to join up as a technical advisor.
Why you?
Why not me?
Good question.
They had a vetting process, people nominated, somehow I got on a list, and I was the one at the top of the list.
Okay.
So, come on, look at my visage. How could you not select me? So I was selected. I was the first TA, technical advisor. We then got other ones, but I was the first one. And so I joined that group. And when I talked to Kevin, as I was interviewing, I said, look, I'd love to join. I have one stipulation. I need to bring this LEAP program with me because it'll die if I leave it alone right now, because it was fledgling, right? He said, yeah, that sounds great. Little did he know. So I was able to bring the LEAP program with me into the office of the CTO. And while in the office of the CTO, I was only there for 2 years, but the purpose there was to help build the function of that office, define what it was, So I tackled various things. I had the LEAP program running. It had a couple of employees at that point. And one of the things I identified was through various means and awakenings is that our badges say our mission is to empower every person on the planet to achieve more, right? That's our company mission from Satya. And it was brought to my attention that we had zero engineering in the whole continent of Africa, right? Zero. We had sales, but we had zero engineering. Well, the continent of Africa is 1.2 billion people. So it just struck me. It's like, how are you going to empower everyone? I mean, everyone means everyone, right? How are you going to empower everyone on the planet if you completely ignore 1.2 billion of them? That doesn't seem right. So I just decided that we needed to have engineering in Africa, right? And I had, and I was looking at this like, we've been in Africa for 30 years. Bill Gates has done stuff in Africa forever, right? And so has Microsoft, but we never did engineering. And so I just said, okay, there's a problem here because the engineering teams, if they think as far away as Africa, they just think, why don't I just go to India or China instead, right? It's like, they're right there. Why do I have to worry about Africa? It's like, no. You need to be in Africa. So I actually, with my LEAP money, created an engineering team in Kenya. That was the first real engineering. And the reason we did that was just to show the rest of the company, it's like, look, we can do this. Here's the salary structure. We didn't even know how much to pay people or even have any means to pay people engineering salaries in Africa. So we had to set all that up. But we put a team there. I said, look, I'll build a team. They'll do some interesting stuff just to show it can be done, right? So I was in there. Microsoft Research was in there with us. Part of the Office team was in there with us, and we started doing engineering. Within a year, various other teams who had also kind of, mostly it was the Windows core team, they'd been kind of circling around Africa for a long time, but they hadn't committed engineering resources to it directly. So they finally jumped in and go, all right, we're going to do this thing, right? So the Windows group came in and they're like, all right, now we're the big dog and we're going to make this thing happen, right? So they started building up in Kenya primarily. And we had a two-country strategy. It was Kenya and Nigeria. So they started building up in Kenya primarily and also in Nigeria. And then we had what we call a cognitive services team that does AI, ML sort of stuff. They went into Nigeria and they've built up teams. And then later, other teams have come, like our identity team, more of the Office team, the Xbox team. So now everyone's there, and we have probably a couple hundred engineers all up. While we're doing all that, we're also saying, well, you can't just show up like that. You also have to build out the ecosystem, because otherwise, all you're going to do is pillage all the other local companies that have tech talent, and that's not good for anybody.
Right.
So we have to build up and invest in tech training. So in Nigeria, for example, through LEAP, we have we create cohorts of all female cohorts to go into tech, and we train them, and they're sponsored by certain partner companies, and so we're getting 10, 20, 30 women into tech jobs, right? Now for Africa, that's super special because the only differentiator there for, here we have like women, minorities, Pacific Islander, all these sorts of dimensions of diversity. There's like women, right? That if you can crack women, that's good enough. So we're cracking the women thing in Nigeria and now in Kenya. So that was the whole Africa. So I was in the office of the CTO. I did various things. I did not do NSA in the box. I started the Africa thing. Leap continued to grow. And by the time I was leaving the office of the CTO, Leap was then moved into our HR department. And now it's been corporatized, right? And that was our mission all along. It's like, I thought it would be a 5-year mission to make that a corporate thing. It took more like 4 years or 3.5. And now it's just the way we do hiring of women and minorities that wouldn't normally get in. So yeah, that was the whole CTO thing.
Wow.
And the Africa thing.
Yeah, wow. I guess, so maybe just bring that up to the present then? Can you talk about what you do?
What do I do now?
Is that something you can talk about?
Yeah. So from leaving the office of the CTO, or I was about to leave, I was thinking I was going to go run some stuff in Africa. But one of my colleagues that I met in India, actually, and one of the supporters of the LEAP program originally, he said, well, I've got a bigger job for you. He and Jason Zander is the head of Azure and a whole bunch of other stuff. So Jason is the one who actually gave the money for Leap initially. Girish was the exec sponsor, and I actually made it happen. So Jason and his HR rep, his name is Suga, and that's the guy I met in India way back when. They said, well, we want you to, and this is going to sound really dumb, we want you to make engineering great again. And what he meant by that, now Jason I've known for like 20 years. He was an engineering manager peer way back when we were first creating the CLR. He was the dev manager for the CLR. And he was actually the dev that created the original C#, the runtime. So that's his history. What they were trying to say is like 20 years ago, we were really good at engineering to whatever extent you think that's true. And in today's world of cloud computing and all this, we've gotten so big that it's really hard to maintain that same quality. And it's hypercritical now because if the cloud stuff goes down, you're really in bad shape across the world, right? So we need to reinstill a sense of pride, quality, craftsmanship, blah, blah, blah. And we had previously decimated our engineering excellence group. So we didn't have that training organization anymore to actually teach engineers how to be engineers. It's really dumb, but that's the way it is. So we want to kind of get back. And I did point out to them, it's like, look, when we were engineers, all we needed to know is like C++, the Windows debugger, 3 or 4 other things. That's it, right? And then I gave them an eye chart of laundry list of things that, here's what the new programmers need to know, right? Yes, C#, and that's about this much of what you had to know. There's all sorts of compliance things you have to do. There's security stuff you have to worry about. Performance is quite different. Distributed computing, log management, billing. The laundry list is just huge. So let's break from the notion of let's go back to the good old days. It's like we didn't have to learn like 1/10 of what they have to know now. So, but we can instill the same quality bars, desires, things like that. So we wanted to do that, and we wanted to make Azure / Microsoft the preeminent destination for engineers around the world. We want you out of college going, man, I want to go to Microsoft because they're the bomb. And right now, that's not the case, right? People coming out of college is like, oh, Facebook, or whoever's the darling of the day, right? they look at Microsoft and it's like, yeah, I don't think I want to go to my daddy's IBM. Right? So my job is essentially to change that, right? Show people that, it's not that we're the coolest necessarily, but we got it going on. We're pretty cool. So I created this document called the 4 Pillars document, and it lays out a strategy for how we're going to do that. And this is a 5-year journey. You know, it's not something you can change overnight. But the document lays out, it's like, well, we got to hit how we recruit, how we mentor, how we onboard, how we do continuous learning, how we do entrepreneurship, right? We got to hit all of those things, and here's the plan of how we're going to do it. So that's what I'm doing today, is essentially executing against that plan. And the one video I sent to you, the Kilani, the Faces story, that's an example of a communication channel that we're creating so that I can show people, like, here's my authentic voice. Here's my authentic engineering. I don't know if you've seen the video yet.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, so this is not a corporate messaged video, right? You look at this video and, like, if you're a black woman, you might look at that video and go, huh, well, that's kind of like me. Maybe Microsoft is for me, right? The next video is going to come out in another 2 or 3 weeks. It's this Japanese lady who immigrated and is a data scientist, right? The next one will be someone else interesting. I might go do an expose in Africa, right? So it's just bringing out this voice of the engineers to speak to other engineers out in the world to say, look, we've got concerns just like you. And this is why I like Microsoft. This is what I don't like about Microsoft. This is what it could be for you, right? So that's what I'm doing. And all sorts of other stuff internally about improving our mentoring and how we educate ourselves, particularly because we're all remote right now.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. I'm brought in to do the stuff that everyone else goes, that's career limiting, that's impossible, and that's just not fun, right? Here's where's my poster? Oh, here we go. I have this poster that my communications person created for me. It's like, says, I'm a cliff jumper. This looks dangerous and scary. Let's do it. That's my quote. So that's what I do, right? Because at this point, and I want to go back to Leap, but at this point, I get paid. You know, it's like I'm not scrapping by. I get paid, and I just look at my peers who are getting paid mega bucks, and just say, come on, there's no risk to you. Take a risk, right? It's like you're getting paid. It's incumbent upon you to explore and do really hard things, not just bread and butter things that are like you've been doing for the last 20 years. It's like, take a risk. You're in a position, the company's invested in you, they expect you to take risks and do new and different things. It's also
like you have internalized that whole, that it's your responsibility and obligation, and they need to do that too.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, y'all are getting paid, but what are you doing? What are you doing other than just kind of sucking down that paycheck? You know.
Well, it's remarkable that you've been able to make such a difference from inside a pretty big company.
Yeah, and it goes to trust, and this goes back to stuff that Stephen has said, and I don't know. Sometimes we've just been lucky. But we've also been good, right? I mean, it's just by chance that you get certain opportunities. But you also have to be good. You know, people don't hand you stuff out of the goodness of their heart. It's just not the way corporate works. You have to be good. And I've been good. So, you know, being able to do Leap, that was a career limiting move for most people. Most people wouldn't do it. I did it because it was challenging, and as I learned later, it was just really necessary. and rewarding. Like Stephen said, I mean, we process a couple hundred people a year, so it's been about 1,000 people that have gone through at this point. It's still going, and it's expanding to lots of different areas. And I get no end of emails from people like, you changed my life. You know, you made something possible that wasn't possible before. I can't thank you enough. And that single mom who's saying that is also saying, and my kid gets to have a better education because of this. And therefore their children are going to be on a different path than they would have been otherwise. Or the battered wife who gets to escape her abusive husband because she's got a high-paying job that allows her to do that. You know, it's just, so we came to a point as I was creating Leap, me and my brother, where we had this conversation, and I just came from him. You know, it's like, it's not only that I should do this, it's that I must do this because I'm one of the few people who could do this. You know, and that's not to say I'm the only black man in corporate tech that could possibly do anything like this. But you look at the statistics and no one else is doing this. So maybe it's true. Maybe I am the only guy who could have done this, right? And it takes a certain amount of trust from, you know, whoever's backing me and chutzpah on my own part. Like, damn it, we're doing this. I'm sorry, you can't hire like that anymore. You're going to hire these black people and these women. They're good enough. And I had enough credibility within our own organization as a, yes, sir, Mr. You're right. You know, it's like, I'm not going to take no for an answer. Sorry. And you're not going to fire me either. So, you know, I think it takes all of that combined to make something like this happen, right? And it's happened. And the people who pay my paycheck go, well, that turned out pretty good. Well, here, do another one, right? Here's another impossible task. Why don't you go do this? Like, all right, same credibility. They're just sitting there going, you did pretty good with that one. Let's see how you do with this one, right? They're reinvesting, right?
Right.
And it's not just because I'm the black dude. It's like, well, let's give the black dude something, you know, some busy work so we can keep the checkbox. It's like, no, we actually want this to happen. So, sorry, I was rambling there. But.
No, I mean, this is a good segue into, you know, just maybe zooming out and talking about, getting back to sort of race and the tech industry at the meta level again.
Yeah.
So you've both talked about the challenges of diversity in the industry, and you've done some things to try to mitigate these challenges. Maybe could you both comment on what are the biggest challenges? You mentioned like it's not enough to just address the pipeline. You actually have to worry about the hiring, and you have to worry about the retention and the culture, all of that.
Yeah, it's all that. I mean, I guess I can talk on it. It's all that, and you have to have. You can't fall into the local minima or the local maxima. It's easy, and you see this across tech. Every single company after George Floyd has said, I'm going to put 100 million blah 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 into diversity hiring blah blah blah. Every one of them, and they're all pipeline plays. Almost every one of them. Not a single company. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm being too strongly worded. I have not seen as many companies say, I am going to hire black people, period. Right? And the way this happens in Microsoft, some enlightened managers are saying, we all already have on our books requirements for diverse slate, right? That means you got to have at least one token black and a token woman on your hiring slate, both on the interviewer side and the interviewee side. And invariably, people get exceptions. Right? It's like, I couldn't find a black person. It's like, okay. Now people are saying no exceptions, right? That still leaves us in a tokenized state. And I get people all the time that want me to be on an interview loop just so that they can check the box, right? It's like, that's not very enlightened, but okay, we're walking through the valley of the shadow of death right now. But you have to deal with how you bring them in. Because Microsoft and other companies do the same thing. It's like every single time a black person gets killed by police, we say, all right, let's head out to the HBCUs. Let's get a bus and load up 40 new hires and bring them on back to the farm. You know, they dump them off and they say, well, there, we did it, 40, check. They don't say, well, how are they doing? Mm-hmm. What jobs did they get in? Could they find a place to get their hair cut? You know, are they missing their family? You know, it's just this checkbox game, and we have to get beyond that. So Microsoft and other companies are better at this actually than we are. We're doing things now. We're like, all right, for various reasons, we need to go set up in Atlanta. There's a good business reason because a lot of our customers are on the East Coast, right? So we're closer to them. But darned if there aren't a whole bunch of black people in the Atlanta area. Mm-hmm. Okay. We've heard loud and clear that people don't want to just pick up and leave and move to Redmond. Mm. So you have to have a spirit and a mentality and a mission that says, well, we will go wherever the engineering talent is, right? Newer companies are already there, like Google or Facebook or even Amazon. They're much better at like just being where the talent is. You know, they're much more distributed than we are. We're now getting into it, right? So that's one thing. And then once you have them in, you have to pay attention. You have to make sure that you don't nurture them because they're children or babies. You nurture them because they're at a disadvantage, right? You have to help those people who it's like, if you don't do anything, the system is against them, right? And it's so systemic that if you're in the system, you don't even realize your unconscious bias, you know, all the buzzwords, right? Mm-hmm. So this is why you have to actually say, you, black executive, I have a program for you to get in here and grow in your first year on the job. I want you to be an executive here, but I can't just throw you in and say, well, I hired a black guy. He just wasn't good enough to survive. It's like, well, you could at least give him a knife and show him how to use it, you know, for the fight that he's going to be in. You can't just say, good luck, you know, I've done my job. So that's what has to happen across the industry is we have to realize stuff like that. And at the same time, I go even a step further and say, for my black colleagues, let's stop chasing the taillights. We're never going to be equal to the Asians and whites that are already in entrenched positions. It's just an uphill fight the whole time, right? So I turn to ourselves and say, well, what are our assets, right? Everyone seems to love our cultural stuff. We are top entertainers. We are top sports figures. We have intelligent people. My brother's running a fiber optic network in the Caribbean. So we know how to do infrastructure, right? So maybe we should start doing for ourselves rather than chasing the taillights and perhaps leapfrog, you know, go towards where the jobs are going to be in 20 years rather than chasing the jobs from the last decade, right? This, I think, will be our ultimate because we're never going to catch up to where we are yesterday. Can't do it. It's not possible, you know. No amount of bias training is going to get us there. So we have to, for ourselves, just go, okay, we can leapfrog. We need allies. We need those white people and their money to do it, right? We're not going to be able to do it completely on our own. But let's ask for the money for that rather than asking for the money to go and do the jobs of yesteryear, right? So that's my broad stroke, like, what does it take? It's like, it takes everything, and it takes boldness, and it takes jumping ahead in time rather than jumping back.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, and what I would add to that, I'm not going to come with a divergent viewpoint because I share everything that William was saying. You know, we're of same mind there. The one thing that I would add to it is that to take that same concept and apply it in an entrepreneurial fashion. So William, everything that he said is very important at the corporate level, but it's equally important at the entrepreneurial level. And the whole idea of being able to take a risk and to be able to believe in yourself, that's what it takes. So we have to widen our perspective of where it's okay to take risks. We're okay taking risks with opening up a business that caters to ourselves. We're okay with the risk that's around our cultural heritage of entertainment and sport, which is of one. We're okay with those types of risks, chasing that glory. But if we apply our talents equally into something else, it doesn't have to be tech. It could be pharmaceuticals. It could be something else. But it's like, don't just show up at the typical places. It's okay to start businesses in the places people don't expect, right? And I've been working with some really just industry giants in the cable submarine area to be able to do this audacious idea that I have of connecting the continents of Africa to the United States through the Virgin Islands. And I have these guys who have built networks, sold networks, done all this crazy stuff. And they're just like William, they believe in this vision, and so they're going to help me, right? And they're not asking for a dime of it. And one of them, he asked me, he built and sold a network, and he says, no one's ever done something like this, and the money's not looking for this idea. Why do you think it's gonna work? And I said, because no one's ever done it. And then I give them, I sent them a clip out of The Matrix, right? If you remember The Matrix in the first season, the first episode, where Neo shows up and he asks for all the guns. He goes, they ask him, what do you need other than a miracle? He goes, I need guns, lots of guns. And all these guns come flying by, right? And then he picks up a gun, and then Trinity says to him, no one's ever done this. And then he hits the gun and says, and that's why it's going to work. It's because no one's done it. You have to believe that what you're doing is going to work. At my company, just last 2 weeks ago, I had an all-hands meeting because I was talking about this Africa strategy to a whole bunch of black people who didn't believe that it could happen, and which was really interesting, right? Because we've all been believed that our audacious ideas aren't good enough. And I brought to them a sport analogy, and I talked to them about Roger Bannister. Roger Bannister was the person who was the first one to break the 4-minute barrier in the mile. And of course, that's interesting to me because I'm a runner. So I said, there's no way that Roger Bannister could have broken a 4-minute barrier if he first didn't believe he could do it. Yep. Now, of course, you can believe all you want, you can break 4 minutes. But if you don't go do the training for 4-minute mile barrier, and you have to do training differently, you have to eat differently, you have to sleep differently, you have to do all kinds of things differently from the guy that ran a 4:10 mile. Right, you can't do the things that the guy that ran a 4:10 mile did if you're going to run a 3:59 mile. So we as a people have to figure out the things that we want to do that's different, that can add value, and look at it differently, but we also have to train properly to attain those things, right? So the reason why we're going to eventually string a fiber optic cable between Africa and the United States is, first of all, no one's done it. And no one's thought about it like this. No one's ever thought that the monetization that's actually there in Africa. So like one of my employees said, it's just like, you're actually going to Africa to connect people rather than to extract from people. Mm-hmm. That mentality is why it's gonna work. Mm-hmm. So this time next year, hopefully we can have this conversation, and there'll be a ship ready to sail, or 2 years from now, from Africa, from New York, converging on the United States, running a cable.
And carrying, and this is really a cool thing that we did in this thing we were doing for Atlanta. I pointed out that by doing this, we're creating a golden triangle out of what used to be the slave triangle.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Right? It's like we were coming over, and the only thing that was coming in ships from Africa before was our bodies. Now what's coming is our technology, right? And the engine of creation of economic growth and development is what we're bringing, and not just our bodies.
And you can see this is where William and I path come back at the bookends of our career is where we're converging, right? Because the companies that are over there are Facebook, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. And he's at one of those companies, and the people that are running Microsoft Africa are the types of people that I eventually need to speak with to be able to get to this place. So we're calling this network the diaspora link, and it's apropos for what William just said, the golden triangle. So we're not going to try to call it something else, something that's pleasant name. We're going to call it exactly what it is. Call it what it is. And there's enough white people that are out there that believe in it too, and they just want to know how they can help. So we're giving them a vision of how they can help, because it's like, for them it's exciting too, right? There's plenty of white people who want to see black people succeed. They just don't know how to help us. We're going to give them the vision of where they plug in to help us, because we can't do it on our own. It's a whole community, but we have to set the vision first, and that's what we're doing.
Right. What would you say to people, possibly colleagues or whatever, that a lot of these diversity programs are just a form of affirmative action and against the spirit of meritocracy?
So what's the question?
Okay, so I guess the question is like,
that's a good statement.
About that diversity programs are against the spirit of meritocracy, and they don't believe in things like affirmative action.
All right. Well, can I?
You're gonna steal something from me, but go ahead.
Well, maybe you should go first so I can steal it and rephrase it.
Okay, let me go first, and then you can steal it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, because I know you are. So the thing is when people say stuff like that, what they're not realizing is they themselves are in a affirmative action program. Because when you come out of Stanford, you come out of MIT, you come out of Berkeley, you come out of Carnegie Mellon, when you come out of those schools, you come out with those networks and you help your friends, right? That's affirmative action in itself. And you let other people out. So then when we come along, it's like we have all the credentials. Oh, but we have to make a special place for you, right? It's just like, it's not a meritocracy for them. So why is it all of a sudden it has to be for us? We have to be able to come in under the straight guidelines of no help, but they come out and Biff asks Chuck to, hey, can you help me out, right?
Right.
It's so I think when people say that, they have to look at how did they get to where they got.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Adams, go ahead.
Well, I'm glad you said it as it's affirmative action for them, because that gave me a anchor point. So in this country, we have 400 years of affirmative action for white people. That's how I view it. Mm-hmm. And I'm just echoing what my brother just said, right? It's like, wait a minute. I mean, there's the same argument when people say, you can't discriminate against white guys. That's reverse discrimination. It's like, what do you mean it's reverse? It's not reverse. It's just stopping. It's kind of like, I had this conversation with one of our VPs at Microsoft after the George Floyd stuff. And he said, I feel so bad, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. And, he was voicing that he's so sorry and all this. And I said, actually, you shouldn't feel sorry for us. We're not experiencing anything we haven't been experiencing for the last 400 years. You should feel sorry for yourselves because you keep doing it. We understand our pain, and we understand what's oppressing us. All we need is the oppressor to stop oppressing us. Mm-hmm. That's what needs to happen, right? So affirmative action is a red herring, right? I mean, it's one of those things that's like reverse discrimination. I mean, my retort is simply, you white people have the pleasure of 400 years of discrimination, affirmative action, all the support you could provide. Isn't that enough Isn't it time for you to allow people to just be who they are? How come you can't survive with this extreme advantage over your peers, right? Put us on equal terms and let's see what happens. That's all we're asking for is equal terms. Mm-hmm. Now it takes the form that looks like we're getting an advantage because you put us down in the pit, right? All we're trying to do is climb up out of the pit. So you're filling the pit with dirt to help us climb up higher. But don't think you're taking any advantage. We're not getting an advantage. We're just not getting in the pit.
Right.
So that's my answer. It's like, if you truly understand. Now, if people aren't enlightened enough to understand the history and the human dynamics and all that sort of stuff, it's a non-argument. If it's just this surface level, well, that's reverse discrimination, and I don't believe in affirmative action, it's unfair. You don't understand the history of slavery in this country. You don't understand the history of oppression. You don't understand what institutionalized racism is. You don't understand any of it. It's a non-conversation. I wouldn't even engage, right? If someone came to me with that argument, I'd be like, well, maybe so. Now I'm going to go help my people with programs like LEAP, right? Because if we can't even agree on the history and what it means to oppress a people and build on their backs and their blood for so long, such that it's baked into your very society to spit on those people and oppress them and not even think about it, to put your knee on someone's neck and kill them in 9 minutes and not even think about it, to call the cops on a guy in a park because he told you to leash your dog and not even think about it, there's a non-conversation.
See, and I'm glad you asked this question, because this question is...
Now we're all energized.
It's like one of the things that's important, you better check out your ghost over there, William.
Oh my God.
So the thing that's interesting about this conversation is, like, we're going on, 7 hours of talking about, the glories of technology and, what two black guys have come to do that people don't even know about, right? We're kind of the hidden figures of our own time. But that's not what's important, I don't think. I think the things that William is talking about now is our responsibility, and we're not mad at white folks because we're here because of them, right? They have helped us. They've been enlightened people who have looked at us as peers and have given us opportunities and have helped us along the way. But that's the same thing that they did for their Stanford friend too. And that's the same they did for the Carnegie Mellon friend as well. We just so happen, as Stuart Grady did, he got us in. And that's what he said he would do. And we're taking advantage of that today. But this part of the conversation is just as important of all those wonderful things that William has done technically that are easy to look at and say, wow, what a chronology of a career, right, in tech that no one knows about. That's wonderful. But I would almost say that it's for naught if there's not a legacy left behind for it.
LEAP.
So
LEAP solidifies it.
Yeah, LEAP's lit, and that's why I think when William talks about so passionately about LEAP, it's just like that. All the toils that we have done is for this moment right now. It's for LEAP. It's to connect Africa and America together through a fiber optic cable, and it's taken our collective experience and pain and heartache to be able to be at this moment right now. So then 20, 30 years from now, when there's brothers and sisters that are out there and their career is just booming, is because there's been pathways open up for them, just as the aristocracy of today that is inherited wealth didn't do anything for it, but just be lucky to be born the first male child, right? In a lot of cases. So we need to be able to be in a position that we can help our own, but not at the disadvantage. And I think that's what gets messed up in this country, is that people think that we're looking for advantage. We're just, as William said, just stop the oppression, and we'll figure the way forward, right?
Yeah, it's not a zero-sum game. It's not like I get $1, therefore you lost $1. It's like, no, come on, let's expand. Let's create new markets. There's plenty of dollars out there.
How important is it for technology to make a social impact?
How important is it? I don't view it like that. So I was thinking of this other thought. It's important that we have ethics in technology because it's going to have a social impact. It just does, just like clean water and clean air. So technology is just one of those things. It's a force. It's a thing out there. So it's important that we have ethics in technology because when you have things like a ML model that's used to decide recidivism rates for prison and therefore decide whether someone gets parole or not, well, I bet that model was trained on a bunch of black people, in certain zip codes with certain educations, and that's what's going to keep those people in prison. So it's important that whoever created that program is aware of the biases they're baking into that system and the impact that that's going to have, right? If I code this way, if I get my data from this source, if I use this algorithm, more of these people are going to prison and staying there. That's important, right? Social impacts beyond that, for me, it comes down to ethics. Everything's about ethics and empathy and thinking about, well, what is fair in the world? Is it that I should run headlong into autonomous driving, autonomous shooting, autonomous war? Should I do that? Or should I maybe take a step back? Because if I get into autonomous warfare, where I let the drones that can already fly themselves pick the targets, and those drones can't distinguish between, a black man and a beard and a woman with a child, and it just indiscriminately kills all of them because they look like terrorists. Wow, that could be problematic. So I'm concerned about the ethics that go into data gathering, machine model building, deployment of systems, automation, all that sort of stuff. I'm concerned about jobs. I'm concerned about, like when I was in India, sorry this is a bit of a ramble, but when I was in India, you wake up early morning enough and you see on the streets all these people hand sweeping the street, right? And as an American, I look in that, oh my God, why don't they just buy a machine? They can be done in an hour. It's going to take these people 3 hours, and there's like 500 crews across the city doing this, right? Sweeping the street with little hand brooms. But if you take a step back, you say, wait a minute, why would you hire a truck to automate that process and put 500 people out of a job? What else are you going to do with those people? Now what are you going to have them do? They're not highly educated, so you're not going to say, oh, just get an education and get a real job. It's like, well, maybe.
Or program the sweeper, right? Or learn how to program the sweeper.
Yeah, maybe we should just
machine.
leave well enough alone. Maybe that's not something that needs to be automated, even though we can, right? So I think we have challenges like that ahead of us where we have to really think about, yes, we can do so much with technology. We need to do it carefully, and we need to have a humane perspective while we're doing it. And this is why I want to get philosophers, psychologists, biologists, sociologists into computing. Because it's not all about the code. As I code less and less because the machine can do more and more, it's more about telling the machine what it needs to do to satisfy me as a human, right? If we don't do that, this is my biggest concern. If we don't do that, the machine starts to satisfy what? I don't know. A profit motive, an optimization of the planet motive where it ends up killing off certain people and populations because you're kind of excessive, so we don't need you, so we're not going to get you any more food. So we have to be cognizant of that kind of stuff. I'm concerned about human evolution. So it's not so much about the social impact of technology as it is ensuring that as we advance in technology, we imbue it with our humanity, or else we'll be left behind. Right? That's what I'm concerned about.
And on a different note about that is we haven't talked about the current today elephant in the room, which is COVID, but COVID is actually it's a scourge on humanity today. But there's also opportunity. Whenever there's a scourge, there's also opportunity. And all the things that William has talked about in this last part about ethics and humanity, I think that there is hope, and the hope is that the world is being forced to be connected for the first time, right? We are forced to be in Zoom chats. Whoever thought of something this time last year, right? That that we don't know you, you know our story. You're the first person who knows the Atom Boys story, but I think one of the things that's really encouraging is that as the planet gets smaller because it's been hyper thrown together because of COVID, the things that are going to emerge are going to be the things that people want to consume most, which is culture and exploration, right? So Black people, Latino people in the United States have a lot to offer to society, right? A lot of our American culture is built on the backs of those two ethnic groups, and women, of course, who have been second-class citizens as well. So I think that the Internet of Things, forget IoT, it's just the Internet of everything, is going to have voices come up that you can't stifle anymore, right? It's easy to put your boot on the neck of a Black man, but that same Black man now has this platform to be able to say anything, and there's people who want to hear it. There's people who are hungry for a different reality, right? We're seeing that playing out in the current election cycle, right? It's like the desperation of holding on to the past is just, so there's so much fear in our nation and throughout the world that we'll do anything to hold on to the past, no matter how damaging it is to our future. So those voices will come through, and COVID has presented an opportunity for the planet to get smaller. And when you get smaller, you get to hear more voices that you may not have heard before. So that's all I have to add to what William has said.
Yeah, wow.
Well said, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
What do you think are the biggest challenges facing the technology industry?
I think from my perspective, a little bit off of what William is saying is, we came in at a wonderful time. We came in at the golden years, right? Just, all these behemoth companies today were all fledgling companies when we entered, right? So we entered the tech industry at the age of innocence, right? The industry was at the age of innocence, and now it's become the age of cynicalness. And I think that's its danger, right? It's that the common person now is taking, I keep raising this phone. I don't know, sure why, but I keep raising my iPhone because, right, this is, the power of this would put a man on the moon in the 60s, right? So I think that if we don't think about what we're doing with this technology, you look at things like, technology has enabled things like CRISPR, right? Extremely exciting technology CRISPR is, but extremely frightening technology CRISPR is, right? And depending on which it is, depends on what ethics and humanities you use to engage that technology. So technology has been democratized. And since it's been democratized, anybody can do horrible things with it now. Whereas before, in the age of innocence, you wouldn't even think about doing bad things and harm other people with technology. You would never send I remember when we first got the internet in our office, and then we went to, and the first time that I saw Netscape, right, a Netscape browser, it was at Mills College in Oakland. And when I saw that, it's just like, wow, that's the world, that's the future, right? You would never see somebody send spamware or, viruses and all that stuff. No one ever thought like that. But now it's just like that's the norm, right? It's like how can I bring down an entire island, right? We had a ransomware attack that took down all the police files for the entire territory, and it just got them back. This is a year ago, right? The bad actors, right? This technology can enable bad actors to do bad things, but it can also enable the unheard, passionate voice to be able to be heard. So, but we as humanity have to make that decision of which way is it going to go. And it can't always be a particular mindset, right? And that's how it's been so far. So I think you're going to hear more divergent voices that are going to make more sense.
Yeah, I think, well, what was it? Say the original question again.
The biggest challenges facing the technology industry.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is actually to humanity, not the tech industry, because the tech industry is every industry, right? Technology is eating every industry.
Right.
So really the challenge is to how I would pose the question is this, how is humanity going to integrate with its technological senses or attributes or whatever. If you think of humanity as gaining a new skill, just like we gained tools at some point, right? We figured out how to pick up a rock or a stick and crack something and kill something, and eventually we figured out how to burn stuff and cook it, right? And we figured out how to do farming. So technology has the potential to be a human enhancer, like the discovery of tools, period. And I think we're just at the beginning of that. So I think the danger to us as humanity is to figure out how to do that and remain human, or decide what it means to be humane, right? That's why I look at things like the George Floyd thing. That's not a technological thing at all, other than we all viewed it. But what was on display there was inhumane behavior. And technology makes inhumane behavior easier. I can push a button and kill 1,000 people from a drone strike, right? Technology allows me to do that. And I can be at my table sipping tea while I do it. That's an inhumane act. So technology is this tool, and I think the danger to humanity is that we lose our humanity by blindly just stumbling from advance to advance without having a moral compass of any sort that says what we should and should not do. Like, are we going to, as we evolve our technology, are we going to be able to identify the moral equivalents of landmines and say, you know what? Those are a bad idea for humanity. Let's stop doing that, right? Are we going to be able to identify the proper things in our technological tools that say, yeah, that whole recidivism rate auto calculation thing, that's a bad idea. We just shouldn't do that. It should be illegal, right? That's what I think the dangers are. The danger is to humanity.
Yeah. You see that in like Minority Report, right? The Minority Report is, I think, a great illustration of that. But one of the things that is interesting that I like about these last questions here is that at the end of the day, William and I, we've had our careers, better or for worse, but we could be under the boot any day.
Yep.
Right. We don't get a
special
pass.
enough.
We're not special enough, right? You hear this unique story about what we have done in this wonderful industry that has blessed our lives, but we could step out after this interview and it's just like, God, those were mavericks and pioneers of the tech industry, and they just got shot by a cop because they jaywalked, right? I almost got beat down by a cop in Oakland for jaywalking. So, and I was at the pinnacle of my career. So, these things, the reason why we talk so passionate about it is because it could happen to us. regardless of how successful. Now, would any of these things happen to Mark Zuckerberg? No. Would it happen to any tech titan you can think of, or anyone comparable at our level at any one of the companies that make up Silicon Valley? Absolutely not. But it could happen to us. So that's why we think of these things a little bit differently, because we have to. It's not enough for us just to think about what's the next thing coming on the horizon of technology, but we have to think about, okay, how is this going to impact our people? And I think that's why as we come to the bookend time of our careers, we now have to think about these human issues, because it's not about technology anymore. Right.
Yeah.
You know, you look at any film from Boston Dynamics and what they're doing with robots, and you're just like, that should scare the shit out of anybody. But those robots that by themselves can do backflips and somersaults, if are unleashed on black people in a riot, they're not going to release them. They're not going to release them on white folks. They're going to release those backflipping robots on black folks.
Yep.
So when you look at Boston Dynamics, I look at Boston Dynamics from a technical standpoint and say, wow, that is awesome. But then I look at that, it's like, that's the future of policing.
Yep.
Wow.
At least in black neighborhoods.
Yeah, it is in black neighborhoods.
Wow. Yeah. What advice would you give to a young person today, starting in the tech industry? And would your advice be different for a person of color versus a white person?
Probably. I think for me, for a black person, I'm probably going to emphasize, well, for anyone, I would, and this is actually advice I do give to people as I'm onboarding them. For anyone, I'd say your network is the most important thing you can develop for your career. And it starts now, right? The people that you meet in your onboarding program, you'll probably know them 20 years from now. So your network is the most important thing, no matter who you are. For the black people, I might go a step further and say, make absolutely sure you get a mentor. Because I think it affects you even more when you don't have one than it would someone else, because the system is designed for them to succeed anyway, but it's not designed for you to succeed. And your mentor is going to help you navigate. So that's the thing. And then for people in general, I'm always telling them, you know, spend the earliest part of your career, you have to learn your skill, you have to learn your craft, your trade, right? Don't just hop job to job looking for the bigger paycheck, because 6 years out, 10 years out, you're going to be stuck, you know, and the latest college hires that know the latest stuff is just going to pass you by. So make sure you spend enough time, have enough patience to actually sit down and learn your craft. That's important. And then the rest is just whatever.
And the only thing that I would add to that is that don't be afraid to take a risk. Right? You know, regardless of race or gender, don't be afraid to take a risk. You know, I tell this to entrepreneurs all the time. I talk to lots of entrepreneurs, and I said the worst possible thing that could happen if you fail is you're doing exactly what you're doing right now. That's the worst thing. We don't have debtors prison, right? I lost $12 million of white people's money, and they're still willing to give me more. So, you know, it's don't be afraid to take risks. You know, we're as society has evolved, we become fear-based and not willing to take risks. Take a risk. The younger you are, those are the biggest risks you take. So here we are. We're in our 50s, and we're still taking risks. That's where all the fun is. That's where all the fun is. So.
Yeah. Okay. I guess my final question will be, you know, how important do you think is an institution like the Computer History Museum, and how can the Computer History Museum maybe help with some of these issues that we've talked about today?
I'd like to take that one first. I think, William and I had a conversation last night where it's like, isn't that cool as shit? It's like, yeah, this is so exciting. Wish I wouldn't have said that word, but anyways, I think the fact that you guys tell the stories of the Mark Hanners out there, right? There's a lot of black people that came before us. And there's a lot that are after us already. There's a number of the current set that have far eclipsed us in financially. So I think the museum should tell our story, but the one way I hope that you don't tell our story, and this would be detrimental, is if you tell it in the black lens of, over there in that corner is the black section, and you can learn about the black pioneers over there. Right. The way that I hope that you tell our story is that in this wonderful world that was Next Computers and its impact on the world, at the center of all that, there were these two black guys. So if you tell our story and other people like us, our stories, right, there's a number of matter of fact, the chairman of Microsoft is a giant in the tech industry. No one knows about him, right? He's a black man, right? He's a giant. He's a lot of people. The number one venture fund in the country, Wilson Sonsini, one of its partners, one of its most celebrated partners, was a black man who then went over to Google, the first general counsel for Google, and then started GV Ventures, Google's venture fund. So, there are giants in our industry that nobody knows about, but they need to be told in the context of the story of where they are. So we're not sharecroppers, right? We've built some of these behemoth companies, and we were instrumental, right? And I hope that our story gets told in that light and not segregated into the black section of the museum.
Right.
I would say that there's a couple of, I have a story. So when I was at B, we went off to Detroit to do some user group thingy-majigger, and afterwards we took a trip to the Museum of Science and Industry, or whatever it was, and there was one exhibit that had a train car and a train porter, and porters were black, back in the day. That was one of the few jobs they could have on the railroad. So there was this, wax figure. There was a figure of a train porter. He was just standing there, a black guy, just kind of resolute. And for whatever reason, that moment in time when I looked at him, I just kind of got emotional. And I said to the dummy, I'm going to do right by you. Thank you for your effort. I just had this moment of seeing him in that setting and going, your life was hard and you did it, and now I'm standing on your shoulders. I will do my part, right? So that was a museum. And like my brother said, you tell the story. You don't know who's going to have what effect on their life because they see that story. I can only hope that someone sees my story and goes, that's inspiring. I feel like I'm standing on some shoulders. I'm going to do my next thing. And the other story I had was I went to New York and we went to the Ellis Island. And if you've ever been there, you're in this gigantic hall and you see all these stories of people who came through and, had their names changed and went through all sorts of stuff. I mean, I'm completely ignoring the Black History Museum in Washington, but, Ellis Island, these are just regular white people that came into the country, or all stripes of people, right? And that was a similar inspiration where I just you guys did it, I can do it, it's hard, but there's your story. If I didn't see their stories at all, I'd still live and I'd do what I do. But I think it's really inspiring to have those stories out there so that people can see. History is important, right? It's important to understand where we came from what happened before, what worked, what didn't work, the struggles people had. So I think the role of the museum is critical in understanding how we move forward, right? So like my brother, I would say if our story's out there, I'm okay with it also being in the black corner, as long as the black corner is as big as any other corner, but showing how we were integral to the growth of the thing is an even better story. Like my brother said, right? It's like, yeah, we weren't just, and here's what was happening in the black community in tech, and it was this little tiny blip on the landscape over here. It's like, no, we were in the shit, right? We were in the middle of it. We brought down several technologies. Man, we were the patient zero of technological destruction. So, yeah, I think that would be a great story to have, is to say, look at these guys who are in the middle of it.
We started this whole thread for the past hour or so about meritocracy and so forth. And one of the things I think is really enlightening about how you actually came to us, right? The publisher of Next World magazine had the foresight to say, this platform is different, and so are the developers, and I'm going to highlight that. The piece that she had written, it was really interesting how that piece came along. She didn't assign a reporter to do the story on Adamation. She actually asked me, she goes, who do you want to write the story? We will edit it, but you get to pick the writer. And so I picked the writer as someone that I knew, as a white guy, and I picked Roger Durbin, I believe. I asked him to write the story because he knew about who we were, and he believed he could capture it. And what I appreciate about Janine, the publisher, is that she didn't like do a feel-good story in the back of suffering black guys in tech. She put it straight up in the first issue, and if Steve Jobs was acted up one more day, we would have been on the cover of the most important technological advance of our time, right? At that time, Next Computer was an earthquake. And she captured it as this platform, these two guys are part of this platform, and we're going to tell this story from the very beginning. She didn't segregate us. She just said, this platform and these guys are important. So as the museum goes forward, it's like, I hope you guys capture our story and you publish our story, but also there's other stories that are just like ours that you happen to circumstantially find ours, right? But I would encourage you and the rest of the museum to go look for the other stories that are like ours, right? Don't have them just be serendipitously told, right? Yeah. Purposely go find them, because they're out there. There's a lot of us. Yeah. We just don't, you guys just haven't found us yet. Right. But I'm glad you found us, because we feel comfortable to tell this story, and we've been wanting to tell this story for years, and it's great to hear someone who understands it and is sensitive, and we believe that you're going to treat it well.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you for all the time that you spent with me over the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's been great. We wanted to be here, so thank you.